welcome to our property. So we've been here for in the house here for about 2 years now, just over 2 years. And yeah, Phil asked if you could come and see my potatoes. I said, well, we've only got 2 rows, but potatoes. And I was really excited. They were looking so good. I haven't sprayed anything, I haven't fertilised anything, and then the last week they've just been annihilated. But anyway, it is what it is. And I'm just trying to think of the variety because I ordered Sebago, but it didn't come, and I think it starts with F.
Fidelia.
Yeah, that's
there
what
you
it
go.
is.
How would I know that one?
So welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jason Lynch. I work for Pinion Advisory. I'm an agricultural consultant, but by profession I'm an agronomist. So I come from northwest Tasmania, and potatoes in Tasmania are very, they're big business, not just from the growing of them, but they're a cultural thing. So we don't buy potatoes in Tasmania by washed or cleaned. We buy them by variety, and there's particular times of the year when you eat a particular variety and you're not supposed to eat another one. And if you come from southern Tasmania, they're our poor cousins. They eat poor quality potatoes. We don't let them have our potatoes. We've just started eating Bismarcks. Eric knows what I'm talking about, don't you, Eric? Yeah. So it's quite unique. As a result, I think it's in the culture of agriculture to work really hard to make sure everyone gets the potatoes that they want. And I think potato agronomy, and I've been lucky to travel around the world, I think the potato agronomy and the things that we've learnt in Tasmania and what we do we can put ourselves up there with anyone else in the world. So in Tasmania, I was going to say something really dumb. If you buy your chips out of McDonald's or KFC, everyone's quiet. Processing potatoes, Tasmania would grow probably about 80% of Australia's processing potatoes. We export fresh market, and we grow seed potatoes for all the ones that go in the crisps, in the packets, as well as seed production. So it's big business, and it's very much a cultural thing. What I thought I'd do is, rather than jump around all different topics, I'll take you through everything that we do in terms of, I want to grow some potatoes. And when we start thinking about this and end up at the other end when we've gone and harvested them, etc. So I've got a few notes, and if I keep referring back to it, because I've got a whiteboard, and I go like that, I can see myself doing that one. I'll stand here. So when we're looking at potatoes, the first thing we think about is planning back in time, and there's, at the end of the day, how often should we grow potatoes in the same piece of ground? That's a question for you.
Every 7 years?
Yeah, yep. If you come within that, you might not have a problem, but inevitably disease starts to accumulate. And the worst thing of all, potatoes are a fantastic weed. Set those little tubers, they'll keep coming back. And if we do that often enough, you end up with horrible root-borne disease, pink rot and things like that, which is almost impossible to get rid of the soil. In fact, you can't get rid of it out, therefore you start putting a fungicide in furrow, and inevitably things go wrong. So 1 in every 7 years. Going more frequently than that is fraught with risk and danger. The next thing is variety. So you've got hundreds and hundreds of different potato varieties to look for, but these are the things that we go through. I've written in here, choose wisely. I think that's a Tasmanian comment because we're quite particular, so we wouldn't want to muck up our variety selection. So we have to choose wisely. First of all, they've got to be a good eating potato, or whatever you want to do with them. When you look at a variety, there's a measure in there, they call it the dry matter content. So how much moisture is versus the solids. The higher the dry matter means the more it's supposed to be used for frying. So a frozen chip would have a dry matter content of 22, 23, 24%. If you go and boil that up, it's not a very nice eating potato. It's dry, very crumbly, whereas a good table boiling potato will have about a 14, 15, 16% dry matter content. And what we call multi-purpose is right in the middle, is about 18, 19, 20% dry matter content. So whenever you go on the internet, whenever you get a potato catalogue, they should have the dry matter content listed in there, and you'll know exactly what it's for, because there'd be nothing worse than planting a beautiful chipping variety and then you went and boiled it up, and yeah, then you got to eat them, and you'll probably grow to love them because there's nothing else to do. But
so the waxy yellow ones are for boiling and that sort of thing? Is that...
Yeah, waxy yellow ones often relate back to that low dry matter content. So a lot of moisture in there. So you can imagine when you boil them up and you cook them, that's how they come out, the high dry matter. And even though it's only an extra 6, 7, 8%, it makes a hell of a difference. When they go in oil and the chemical reactions that happen in that's quite different. So roasting and making French fries out of high dry matter, or these high dry matter ones. Yep. And whatever varieties you get the information on what that is. So if you're looking for a new variety, go through and go, yes. Then we start looking at everything else. It's got to be a good eating type. So if it says creamy, that'll be good. But creamy potatoes relate to the boiling ones with low dry matter. If it says, fluffy, there'll be a high dry matter, because if you have a boiling potato, a roasting potato, that's the characteristics that you want. All the other characteristics often come back to the agronomy of them. So disease tolerance, and if I have my whiteboard here, Dutch cream. Who's heard of Dutch cream?
Yeah.
Yep. So Dutch cream's a lovely, lovely eating potato. It's probably the best eating potato, but it's the most prone to all the diseases. So we'll go through what those diseases are in time. Because everyone likes Dutch cream, and let's say it's got a great market position, you've got a variety like Fidelia that comes out. So Fidelia is just like Dutch cream, all right? Tastes good, got all the same characteristics. It's sort of got a waxy skin, yellow flesh, yellow skin, great to eat, but it's been bred for significantly higher, better disease tolerance. And in this environment, you need that. You really need that, because you've got exactly the right temperatures for getting target spot, and I think I'm seeing some other things in here of different sort of blights, etc., and those sort of things. So if you want the taste of Dutch cream, but you want to have the confidence of growing a crop where either you don't have to worry about fungicides, or if you go, well, I wouldn't spray anyway, but I still want a crop, then you've got to go to those ones. They're not genetically modified, they're just naturally inherited resistance. It's like old varieties, and they just keep crossing them until they come out with these new high quality things. They've come from the Netherlands originally, the varieties we're using now, these latest generations ones, because they withdrew fungicides from their ability to apply them, so chlorthalonil and Rudimils and all these sort of things. Took them off the market. They said, we still want to grow and eat potatoes. Plant breeders got together in the 1990s and 2000s, and now we're getting fantastic latest generation varieties coming through. So you can get pretty much anything you want. In the report that I did for the council, I've listed off a few breeders. If you want to have a look, Elders, ELDERS, they've got a really good potato catalogue online. Plant and Food New Zealand, they're also present in Australia. Have a look what they've got there. They're probably, for the Southern Hemisphere, I'd rate them as probably the most progressive. They're giving us really, really high yielding varieties, high disease tolerance, and very good eating. So, you know, the marketability and what the consumer wants is fantastic. The Victorian Seed Potato Buyers Guide and Agronoco. Really, at the end of the day, you're looking for the variety that matches up what you want, and then go through your normal channels and say, I'd like this, I'd like this, I'd like this. The only other thing that I've got to mention to you is dormancy. So I brought some props with me. I might have destroyed that one a bit. Don't hold me to this, but this looks everything like a Sebago potato, which as a Tasmanian, I don't rate very much. But anyway, it's a potato and it probably does eat well, but it's a nondescript. Like you said, what was that, Anthony, you call it a light brown moth?
LBM.
LBM. to us, this is just a white skin potato. We don't know its name, so we don't rate it. So anyway.
The peasant's potato, is it?
Oh, no, we might. No, anyway, it is what it is. Potatoes have got a dormancy, okay? So when they're harvested out of the ground, about 21 days later, then they could start to go through their dormancy period, which is how long it is before the shoots start coming out again. So I bought these on Thursday afternoon, put them on the counter, and they're already starting to shoot. So these would be last year's potatoes. These aren't new season potatoes, all right? They've been in a cool store, so they've been in that cold environment, 4, 5, 6 degrees. You can't freeze a whole potato unless it's cooked. 4 to 5 degrees, maybe 6 degrees, slows down the dormancy. If you've got short dormancy potatoes, means they'll start shooting pretty quick. They go soft. You can feel that one now, starting to go soft. Yep. So their eating quality declines, and when they get shoots on them, the carbohydrates in here are being used by the plant, and they're not, well, the nutritional quality starts to decline, but they go soft and they're not very good. Sebago would rate as having a mid-dormancy, but you can get varieties now which are ultra late or late and ultra late. What that means is the keeping quality is fantastic, which is what you want here, because maybe you'll get a cool store, hopefully you get a cool store, but in the meantime, just having a potato with a naturally high level of dormancy is fantastic, and you want that. It's the most important thing. If you don't, then you'll be forever having potatoes which will last for so many weeks, a few months, and then you go, now what? Which means importation and bringing things in. Yep.
I'm just going to make sure my son isn't ruining the house. He was going to come out.
Here we are. Hold on. Any other questions on varieties at all?
You right in there, Bubba? Xander?
The cool stores are a genuine way of...
Absolutely. Yep. So you can have a potato with these ultra long dormancies. They will last in cool store for around about, if you held them at that below 6 degrees, between 4 and 6 degrees, let's say, they will last in there for roughly, let me get my maths right, 180 to 200 days, thereabouts. If you don't, and you've just got them at ambient temperature, which your glorious temperatures here are averaging of 22 degrees every day, peak temperature with a few hotter days and a few cooler days, it's going to diminish their keeping quality. Yep. But the natural trait of these potatoes are you can select out more dormant varieties. Yep. I think, and we'll talk about sequence of planting and harvesting, but I see no reason with selection of some of these high dormancy varieties where you could not have fresh potatoes on Norfolk Island every day of the year. Just, Dutch Cream, Nicola, Nadine, Desiree, none of these are particularly long dormancy types. Yep.
No issues importing seed? I mean, you wouldn't be trying to go down the path of producing seed here?
Yes, we'll come to that one, because I want you to do it.
Can I ask the question, has this been raised with the Growers Co-op? These, we get our potatoes through them. Like, we don't have the buying power to go and bring in our own seed potato.
Yep.
Because all of those varieties that you just mentioned then that's exactly what's on the list and has been for the last 40 years.
Yep. Yep. It got raised at, I went to a food, Tamara, help me, what was that group that was the Food and Farming Alliance? And I raised this exactly with them, and that was where they mentioned about Fidalia. The reason why I think it's a bit unusual, all those varieties is what we plant in Tasmania. I question the suitability of that, seeing as we're 2,000 kilometres to the north-northeast. I don't think that should be the case here. Not to say that they won't grow, but I think the world of new varieties and new options is vast. Yep, and should be embraced.
Yeah.
Yep.
On the other
Yep.
issue we have, I mean, these didn't come till September.
Yep.
Like, normally we've harvested by then.
Now, at the end, I'll talk about seed potato production,
All right.
because this is the biggest way to deal with that. You should be self-sufficient. Anyway,
Yeah.
I won't get ahead of myself. Any other questions on varieties? Nope. Okay, seed management. Are you planting whole seed or cut seed?
Whole.
Whole. Cut. That big?
About that. Look, one potato that I got a seed, I cut 3 times.
Right. That's too small. That's just right.
Yeah. Okay.
So just
I was somewhere
half.
between them.
Yeah. One cut, preferably not 2 cuts. All it is these wound surface areas is where disease creeps in. So 1 cut, and hence if you've got seed potatoes, they're supposed to come to you at a particular size, not giant big ones. They're supposed to be sort of around that, maximum of 180 grams. Each individual set should weigh about 70 to 90 grams. Yep, when it's freshly cut. Now, by the time you plant it, it'll lose about 10 or 15% of its weight.
So you'd recommend a cut?
Preferably not. Whole seed is great. Yep, whole seed is good. Whole seed is the best, and I think into an environment where potentially, normally you're planting in quite wetter soils. They're going to be wet for a period of time. So whole seed is great. It's just getting enough whole seed can be a challenge. Yep.
A lot of it was yours rotten? A lot of mine was rotten.
No, yeah, but I did cut it. I've got about half as much as this here. But I only had 2 kilos of seed, and it went,
Yeah.
If you do cut them, should you wait a certain length of time before you plant them?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Yes. So the wound has got to heal. The wound has to heal. It has to dry. Now, commercially, they treat that wound with, believe it or not, it's Douglas fir bark. It's finely milled powder. Okay, the technical word is suberized. It just seals it off, and it forms a nice dry coating on there, because that's where rot comes in. Right on the edge, from the skin or the epidermis into the tuber itself. Rots come in there. Okay, so even if you don't coat them, and I should say, if you don't coat them with Douglas fir bark, lucky I'm away from home, you can use cement powder. All right.
That's as hard to get as Douglas.
These
Oh.
gold
Damn
potatoes.
it, I didn't think about that one.
My
Now-
old man uses potash.
Look, at the end of the day, it's just a dust.
Yeah, he
It's
puts
just to
potash on it.
dry it and seal it out.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I'd love to see what happened with, oh no, this might result in chopping down too many trees, but it'd be real interesting to know if you powdered down the local pine. Yep.
Or the heaven forgive the holly. Imagine the holly's got a real toxicity. It's got a real pungency to
Yep.
it. Whether that-
It's just to dry it out. Now, that hasn't gone. So when they, this goes back to the dormancy. When they break dormancy, the eyes start moving, and generally, in a normal process, once they've been stored at about 5 or 6 degrees, and you take them out for 21 days, expose them to ambient temperature, that wakes them up, and they start doing this, which is that, or that. The eyes start moving. Yep.
Starts winking at you.
Yep, exactly. At about that time, we cut them, and they're about ready to plant. It doesn't matter if they go green. That's not an issue. Green seed doesn't matter. Green seed's only a problem for us. It's not a problem for the potato itself, for its regrowth. So those shoots, if you let the shoots go any further, the number one thing is we can't damage those shoots. If we start damaging the shoots, secondary ones come up, but the number of tubers that form on each stem will be diminished and the yield goes down. Yep. So it's, it's a timeliness of everything that we do in agriculture. Any questions on seed?
So it's only a matter of risk. If you haven't dried your seed, if you haven't coated the seed, but you've cut it, you've just increased a higher
Risk of
likelihood
disease.
Do you get warm, moist soils in spring?
Well, I mean, I must say, my spuds are looking fantastic.
Yep. Yep.
They're a bit younger than me, but
It's risk management, essentially. Now, of those two seed sizes, if I get them, which one's going to come out of the ground quicker? This one or this one?
The big one.
The big one. Yep. We want that. Yep. If they come out really slow, we're going to have problems with tuber set in there. The plant and generally get a weak shoot coming out and it's not good. We want them to come out of the ground, maybe depending on variety, between 14 and 21 days they should be out of the ground. Yep, thereabouts. Is that about what you see? Yep. It varies a bit with variety and soil temperature and things like that. 14 to 21 days out of the soil and away they go.
So once you cut it, will it naturally get a seal on it? Or you have to coat it? Or...
Yeah, look, it sort of seals, but not to the level of, in terms of trying to manage it for disease suberization. So what happens is the cells dry out on the front there, but if it gets moist, away it can go again. So yeah, the sealing of them is good. And at the end of the day, that's the whole thing about if you've got whole seed, happy days. Cut seed, and then you can imagine if you've got double cut seed, then you've got 2 wound sites on there, etc. Yep.
So, bit of a newbie, what depth would you plant that?
Right, planting. Oh wait, hold on. I've got ahead of myself. I'll give you the formula on how to work out how much seed you need. This doesn't matter whether you're growing 100 hectares or 10 metres.
Yeah, I think it's just there.
Jason, are you talking about diseases as well this morning?
Yep. Area. This is all in, I have to be very clear about this. This is in metric. It's not in acres, or if we're going to go imperial, it's all imperial, okay? But don't mix them up, all right? I deal with farmers who do square metres and chains and all sorts of weird stuff, all right? So it's area divided by the row space equals the metres of row in that area. The metres of row in the area divided by the set space is equal to the number of plants, brackets, sets, or seed, per area. The number of sets times the set weight equals the total weight. Now, area is in metres squared, all right? Row space is in metres. I'll come to that in a sec. Happy with that? If you follow that, it will calculate, however, exactly how many sets you want, plus the fudge factor that you want to cover yourself with. Yep. So, let's talk about row spacing to begin with. So, here's a row, here's another row. From the middle of the row to the next middle of the row, 70 to 90 centimetres. Yep. The bigger the row spacing, what we're saying is the bigger the mould, which is really good if we want to grow a big yielding crop. So if you've got good seed, a lot of fertiliser, a lot of water, and you've got your plans for a good crop yield, give them that 90 centimetre row spacings. Yep. If you don't have that, then, and your yield expectations are a bit lower or the variety's a bit different, bring the rows a bit narrower. Yep. Each individual plant, as you go through, depending on if you've got whole seed, small seed, the varieties, etc. and stuff like that, maybe 25 centimetres apart. Yep. But if you go 30 or 40 centimetres apart, that doesn't necessarily mean you'll get a high yield. What it will mean is that potentially you've got some unused ground and some water and some nutrients that aren't efficiently being used. Now, if I'm allowed to, can I talk inches? So it's 10 to 12 inches. Sorry for jumping around like that. Yep. 25 centimetres is ideal, 30 centimetres, yep. Don't go beyond 30 centimetres. Yep. Happy with that?
Are you likely to get a variety of sizes if you're planting them further apart?
Yeah. You just get more variation. Sizing is a bit, it is also an influence of the set size and the seed, the vigour or the age and how dormant it is. But certainly the further apart you go, you'll get everything from, size of a golf ball to, depending on the variety and what it can do, to the, a 200 gram potato. Yep. So we've got probably the best indication of, if you looked at a potato, you can count the number of eyes. You can count the number of, effectively once it starts winking at you. That will tell me how many stems I'm going to have in here. The more number of stems I've got, the more potatoes I'm going to get. But, it's not a never-ending story. You wouldn't want a potato with 10 separate stems on it because you end up with huge amounts of variation in size. So you'd love it if every single plant came out with 3 or 4 stems. 3 or 4 stems gives you the most evenest range of potatoes. Yep. At the end of the day, if you've got the opportunity to eat all of them, as you would here, does that really matter? Only from the point of view, we're going to recover the little tiny ones. Because everyone would love a potato that was 100 to 200 grams on their plate, pretty much. Yep.
I love the little ones.
Yep. Everyone likes the little ones. Yep. The little ones, variety does play a big role in that. Yep. So these varieties, these newer ones have been bred to give the most consistent size range. So it's the older varieties where it was just like, I need potatoes and I don't care what they do. Whereas commercially, what they don't want, they call it pack out. So they want to get 100% of the potatoes they grow to fit exactly that size range. And you're the beneficiaries of that. Yep. So here we go about planting. Any questions on spacings or anything like that? Here's ground level. Oh, wait, hold on, I've got to jump backwards. This is a silly thing. You'll know what ground you're going to go into to plant your potatoes because you've said 7 years has come up, I'm going in here. You need to probably do the primary cultivation 6 to 8 weeks before you sow your crop. Yep. Now, whether you choose to spray off the grass or not, it doesn't matter, but you'll need 6 to 8 weeks to get that ground worked up. Yep. Now, depending on what it's come out of, potatoes are good after beans. Potatoes are sort of okay after corn, except you can get a big chunky root mass in there, so probably that's least preferred. Do not plant your potatoes after any other solanaceous plant. So that's capsicums or tomatoes or anything in that family, because they just carry disease from one to the other. Yep. And insect pests and all those sort of things are an easy transfer.
So I think Matt next year, how far should you plant your potatoes from where they were?
you can just shift across next.
Because I'll have to move my house in 7 years' time.
No, you can shift across next.
You
But at
can, so
some
like where
point-
that sweet potato is far enough?
Yes, yeah, that would be fine. Just keep everything on this side of it. So when you're forking them out, go this way. Yep, or go in the middle of them, whatever has to be done. But just, yeah, at some point your house is going to have to move, isn't it? Lucky you've got that beautiful big paddock on the other side there.
Absolutely.
Yep. Great after legumes because they give us nitrogen in the soil. Nitrogen is a direct key contributor for yield, okay, for potatoes, as well as phosphorus. It's probably phosphorus is the nitrogen is the number one thing. I know that's hard to say. Nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. If you can get it free out of a legume, that's great. Yep. So if you can have some sort of summer legume that's a edible crop, perfect. Yep. Okay, so here's ground level. Come along. Look, it's going to end up, probably the easiest way to do it like that.
Yeah.
Flat on top, yeah? So here's ground level in the background, dips in between. How should this should be, I don't know, because irrigation's not widely practiced and most of the potatoes are growing either without water, just natural rainfall, or irrigation's limited, you might have this at about 10 centimetres and you'll put your set at about that. Sorry, it's not very clear. 10 centimetres deep from ground level. Yeah? Yep. From here up, probably 30 centimetres. Yep.
I only got one mattock.
Now,
That's a lot of digging.
as you get into spring and the amount of rainfall that you get combined with evaporation gets greater, this probably goes a little bit deeper. Yep. Make sense? This height here in the mould, well, this is where your potatoes are. So don't compromise
I
that.
think there's implements that you can pull behind a tractor that
Yeah.
are able to hill a road
Yeah.
like that.
Perfect. Yep. So moulders, they're
We call them drillers here.
hillers,
Drillers.
drillers. Yep. You haven't got one, have you?
I haven't got one, no.
No.
That's what I mean. It's all been done
Yeah,
with
look,
the
I'm not a very good drawer, as you can tell. There's sort of an implement which will look like that. Yeah? So here's the mould, and here's the mould. Yep.
Most of them, Rigotti makes them. He'll just
Yep.
make it up.
Make sense? Happy with that depth of planting? As you go into the dry part of the season, just put them a little bit deeper. Yep.
So this is what it looks like at the end, you mean? Like the before picture would be kind of the inverse of that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Start off with a furrow, put the potato in it, and
Yep.
then you mound up, mound up, mound
Yep.
up.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's right. That's right.
And do you mound up to that 30 centimetres straight away, or do you do
No,
halfway through?
no. So this is the next part of it. There are selective herbicides, but and the number one thing is, regardless of philosophical approach to it, can you get these herbicides? Maybe, maybe not. Are they an extra cost? Definitely, all right? But prior to using selective herbicides, this was how it was done. You would come through with a moulder, so you put your set in the ground and weeds will germinate. So then you come through with the moulders and you just pull the soil back up and it comes back up into here. Now you can keep doing that until that potato has probably got about 20 centimetres of height in it. Yep. But the moment the potatoes start setting tubers, stop. All right, and I'll show you some pictures of exactly what that looks like. Yep. So you can hill right up well past they've come out of the ground, but the moment they're 20 centimetres high, so that high, or they start initiating tubers, it must stop. But it's a great way to get the weeds under control. Happy days? Yep. All right. I think I've done planting. Oh, fertilising. Oh, sorry.
So any shoots? I'm a bit confused when you say to mould it up. So no shoots have to be present or anything at that stage?
So let's just draw it up. So we're looking down the row. Here's our set. We've dragged the moulders through and we've started to build up a bit of soil here.
After they've been planted?
Yeah, after they've been planted. Yep. Mechanically, it all sort of does it at the same time, but in this situation, this would how it would be. So up comes the shoot. Yep. And then you've got some weeds in here. Come and drag the moulders again. Make sense? Yep.
So
Now-
if you don't have a moulder, you're doing a matic, is that right? You just
Or get yourself the biggest, widest shovel, not a spade, shovel, and just drag it that way. Yep. Yep. On an angle. Just, it's what they did when they, for a long time. And they would have been doing it on this island as well with convicts belting
well,
them
we
with
still
a whip.
do.
So, you know. So does that make sense? Yep. But stop moulding when the potato comes up come the main shoots, and you'll start getting the leaf progressively forming here. It doesn't matter if this mould is flat on top. In fact, it's great if it's flat. Yeah? A flat top on top of the mould is good. Why? The water goes in better. And we intentionally make them as square as we can possibly be. Yep. Because the potatoes fill this area here, and it's really annoying when they start poking through the sides of the moulds and getting greens in on them. You can't eat green potatoes. No one should eat that. There's chemical compounds in there which aren't good for anything. So a square top is good. You know, even if you come through after you've moulded the sides and just run the shovel, but you're going to do that well before they've come through the ground. Otherwise, you've got a problem. You've gone and trashed all these stems on top. Yep. Underneath here, you start getting a few roots coming out, and then you get these roots and they have a little hook on them. We call that hook stage. That's when the tubers are starting to initiate. When you see them hooking, you've got to stop any moulding, okay? Because that's a really sensitive part. If you annoy the plant or upset it, or give it a stress at hooking, it's not good. Yep. Potatoes aren't very good at dealing with stress at all. Yep. And if we stuff up hooking, which is the tuber starting to form, then we've got a problem.
Might be a silly question, but that's underground, so how do you know that that's happening?
Usually, from planting, hooking happens about 30 to 40 days after planting. Yep. But it's influenced by soil temperature, variety to a degree. So,
Get in there.
yeah, just gently drag it away. It'll be very obvious. I'm going to do it here, and I will show you, and you'll... Actually, these probably would be well past hooking, but anyway, we'll gently drag some away. You know, the next stage past that is the tuber will be about half the size of a pea, and then away you go. Yep, it goes into the tuber bulking stage and we're off. Yep. Happy with that? The warmer the soil is, the quicker you hit initiation and tuber bulking. So in the middle of winter, when we plant, the first crop in Tasmania goes in about April or May, so these are growing right through winter. We wouldn't see tuber initiation for maybe 60 days, but it's cold, soil temperatures will be 11 or 12 degrees.
Only up on the coast.
Only on the coastal areas where there's no frost.
When do they start planting in the Midlands?
Sorry?
In the Midlands, when do they plant floods in the Midlands?
The end of October, early November. Yep. We have this thing called frost in Tasmania. You'll never experience it here, which is a good thing. Which means, really, and I'll come to this at the end, you could plant potatoes every single day of the year here, provided you had the moisture. You've got no limit on that. You've got no limit. We can only do it on the very coastal fringes, and they're only the fresh market crops, and it's only in northwest Tasmania because the southerners get frost, and we don't care about them anyway.
What about the northeast up in sand?
That gets too wet on that low-lying stuff. Yep. Potatoes hate waterlogging. They hate it. But you've got beautiful volcanic soils. Unless you went down into a creek line which got waterlogged, then yeah, they'll happily grow away. Yep. So they're resilient. They just can't cope with frost. Cross that out. We don't have to worry about that. Therefore, other than that, temperature's a non-limiting issue here. Yep.
Always plan on a bit of a slope so you have got good drainage for heavy rains.
Oh, yeah. Look, I think that's what I would get concerned with. This would be probably some of the biggest slope that I'd ever want to deal with. Flat ground is great. What happens is we've created a little gully, and the water, and naturally, once it gets wet and we start exceeding the soil's infiltration rate, the water will come down, sit in there, and gravity's going to go.
So would you plant
Pull it the other way.
No, I do. There's a machine called a dammer diker, or you can get it with a spade, and about every, basically a dammer diker does this. Just puts a little gap. Do you have to do it on flat ground? No.
And how far apart?
Ah,
Yeah, you keep, yeah. you do.
only again.
Hold back the water, so you're retaining the
Yeah,
water.
yeah.
rather than
Yeah.
down there.
So slope-wise, much more than this, and you'd have to. The slope gets down. If you did that, and all you're talking about is probably just shifting maybe 10 centimetres of soil, and it just pulls it.
Take those off the
Yep.
concrete, mate.
Does that make sense? In the US, they call them dammer dikers. If you've got, look, your soils here are so beautifully free draining and so well structured that the soil infiltration and the structure's so good. I wouldn't, unless you were in a topographic hollow. Yeah, it's not an issue on the island. Yep.
Have we done any soil testing, like to know how much organic matters in the soil here and stuff?
Yeah.
That seems to be lacking. You know what I mean? Like how much, getting an understanding of actually.
I'll come to fertility right now. Okay. Potatoes are what we call a gross feeder. They can't be limited for nutrients, or if they are, the yield drops quite a bit. All right. So they love fertiliser. They have the most appallingly inefficient root system of almost every single plant we grow. You look at what corn does, beans, carrots, sweet potato, everything. This plant has got an appalling root system. So, because of that, they're very inefficient when it comes to fertiliser, but they really need it. As a rough rule of thumb, there is I know everyone's using Nitrophosca Blue. I think that's Nitrophosca is a common fertiliser that everyone
Not
uses.
here.
Yep.
Not on. No, I don't. But
Yep. So, if I tell you this, this is the other reason why we need to grow newer varieties. They have bred them with a better root system. The latest varieties we're growing, there's a guy, Darren Long, he's in the report. I've mentioned him because he's fantastic. His latest varieties out of Plant and Food, he would be fertilising them with about 30% less per tonne, not because he's stingy or miserly, it's just the plants are much better for it. They like nitrogen. Now, if you were going to optimise a yield, I didn't say maximise, optimise a yield, they would want about 10 to 15 kilos of nitrogen per 1,000 square metres of row. So you can use that formula to calculate that. About 10 to 15 kilos of phosphorus per 1,000 square metres. And surprise, surprise, 10 to 15 kilos of potassium per 1,000 square metres at planting. Fundamentally, I don't care if you give that to them. No, I'll take that back. You can use whatever nutrient source you want. Animal manure, synthetic fertiliser, compost is great. Whatever you choose to do, just don't go overboard with it. Don't throw it away and just go give it a bit more, as Derek trained me yesterday, the moron principle. Just give it, not throw more on. Just, you know, it's down to your philosophical choice to do what you need to do. But if the potatoes don't get the fertiliser, we've got a problem. Go and plant them after beans. Because when the beans die, or peas, or whatever legume crop, when they die off, the nodules break down and they give you nitrogen. And they give you quite a bit of nitrogen, especially in this climate. You know, the amount of growth on top reflects what you're going to give underneath. If I was thinking on a per 1,000 square metre basis, equivalent amounts, if I had 1,000 square metres of beans prior to 1,000 square metres of potatoes, those beans could easily be giving you between, I don't know, 10 and 20 kilos of nitrogen per 1,000 square metres. No worries.
The dynamic lifter, is that too nitrogen heavy and not enough of the other stuff?
It's got no potassium in it, so it caters for the nitrogen and the phosphorus. Yep, so that'd be fine.
PJ, what he does with this? What do you put on yours? Anything?
I've had the pigs in there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I haven't done it. I haven't fertilised anything.
Yeah.
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 Just I had pigs in here.
Yep. I got no problems. I mean, that's a great way of the stuff that you've given the animals shooting out the other end.
And fill the
There'll be a lot
freezer.
of nitrogen in here, a lot of free nitrogen. When I say free nitrogen, ammonia nitrogen, which goes a bit like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
I've got no problems. Whatever you choose to do, just give them some fertiliser. Yep. Yield, tuber shape, stress tolerance from disease, heat, cold, all these things start coming into it. Anything on fertilising?
So that's at planting time. You don't add fertiliser at any stage through the growing cycle?
Yes, but I'm only up to planting. Yep. Ready? Ready? Any questions? Seeds in the ground, we've fertilised, we've moulded them up. Yep, that's what we've got to now. We now come to stage one, all right? Stage one is coming up through the ground to tuber initiation. What can you do at that time?
Was that refertilised?
Moulding. In stage one, you can do moulding again. So that's your weed control. I look here and go, got a few weeds? Not many. Great. Yep. At tuber initiation, the plants love a little bit of phosphorus. They love phosphorus, but they're really crap at chasing the phosphorus. So all the science and all the literature tells us that the phosphorus has either got to go through the foliage, so a foliar spray, or it's basically got to go right here, so it's going in that area there. These plants are absolutely hopeless. If you put a side dressing down in here, whatever you grow afterwards is going to get it. The potatoes won't. So it's got to go basically right there. They would love a top dressing of dynamic lifter at that stage. Yep, would be fantastic. They love some nitrogen, they love some phosphorus. That will help with tuber initiation. It will make tuber initiation more uniform, which means at the other end, you've got more uniform shaped tubers. Less little ones, or less variation between the little tiny ones and the big ones. Yep. Put it on, pray for a rain. Yep. Dynamic lifters are pretty reasonable though. Yep. What you don't want is the other way. Put it on and get a heavy rain. Yeah, that's the danger. Yep. That's stage one. All right. That's it. Stage 2, it's tuber initiation here to bulking, where the tubers grow right out and get some size on them. How long, I mean, that's effectively the grunt work of the time of the potato. Depending on the varieties, and if you say something like Dutch cream, which for all purposes grows in about 100 days. So stage 1 will be between day 30 and roughly about day 70 or day 80. That's when all the good work comes in. The foliage doesn't like to be disrupted. So disease, insect pressure, things like that, it doesn't like that at all. Yep. If you get disease, temperatures between about sort of 18, 22 degrees, humid weather is when the disease kicks off. So for us in Tasmania, hello, that's from planting until probably the whole season, essentially. And then we irrigate and we just make it all worse. And we get the right humidities. For Norfolk Island, I'd suggest the early season crop would be at high risk. As you get more and more into the longer season, you've got more high temperatures. And a lot of these diseases don't cope well with high temperatures. Or we might move into different sorts of diseases. But the main ones that we get concerned with is early blight. This one. Alternaria. And that's, I'll show that leaf to everyone. We don't have to worry about that one anymore. Or we get late blight. Who's heard of Irish blight? Has that been seen on Norfolk Island? You'd know about it because you'd have no potatoes. When you turn the leaf over, it'll be a spot, concentric ring about 1 to 2 centimetres, and it looks like it's got a grey furry fluff on it. You'll go inside, go and do a couple of days work, and you come out and it'll be completely, it's like it's been hit with a flamethrower. Yep.
Have you got it in Tassie?
Oh yeah.
How do you stop it?
Fungicides. But now we have resistant potato varieties. Yep. So that's, yep. These new varieties that we get out of Planet Food, they've got high level resistance. Yep.
But I would have to say the hotter it gets, the more likely we are to have insects.
Insects, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Different kettle of fish. Luckily, we've got an IPM expert with us. Anthony will talk about insects.
Yeah, right.
Disease though, if disease comes in early, so that's early blight. If you look closely at the leaf, you'll see like little rings in there, look like tree rings, brown concentric, and often the lesions got a bit of a jagged edge to it, and then gradually it'll become a bit of a circle. You can put copper fungicides on potatoes, which will help clean it up, but you shouldn't use resistant varieties. That's what you should use. Yep. Resistant varieties is the way to go, because then you're not going, has the shop got copper fungicides? Morally, do I want to spray them? If I don't spray them, I might not get potatoes. What does that mean? I'd have to buy them. That just goes out of the equation. So you want to get resistant varieties, 100%. Otherwise, you just keep having the same conversation again and again. Yep. There are other diseases you can get. There's one called blackleg, and the stem goes black from the bottom up, and it stinks. It stinks like a dead fish. It's a bacterial disease. It's comes in on your seed, and then it can be living in your soil under the right conditions. The last one that we get concerned about is scab. Who's had, if I say scabby potatoes, people know what they are? Yeah? Have you ever seen them here? Grown them here? Yep.
Yeah.
It's caused by the Streptomyces bacteria in the soil, which can be naturally occurring, But the more frequently we grow potatoes in the same piece of ground and let the tubers sit there, the more common scab builds up. However, the plant breeders have dealt with this, and you just go and buy highly resistant scab tolerant variety, or varieties which are resistant or tolerant / resistant for common scab. And then there's common scab and powdery scab. But you can get varieties, same variety which has had all these resistances bred into it. That's the way we resolve it. I can tell you, if you chose to put chemicals on it, it's hit and miss and not a very good experience.
What about nematodes, Jason? I always thought that.
I don't know what nematodes are on this island here. I'll be staggered if there's potato cyst nematode. I'll be devastated if that was here, but you'd know about it.
What about those blokes from Victoria? They'd know if what they found, wouldn't they?
Well, you can DNA test your soil for it. Now that might be a nice project going forward. Luckily, they've also bred nematode resistance because they're prevalent in the Netherlands. Potato cyst nematode, and there's 3 or 4 different types of potato cyst nematode that they've had to breed resistance for it, because in the Netherlands it's the perfect conditions for it. Nematodes don't, or potato cyst nematode doesn't like heavy soils. They love light textured ground. So, but if we got a soil sample and took it away for DNA testing, in the one suite they'll go powdery scab, common scab, potato cyst nematode, and I think they do 2 sorts of potato nematodes, and I think they can do silver scurf now as well. Be great to do, because I don't know, Anthony.
Because then
Yep.
that would inform what potato varieties we potentially.
100%. If you've got nematode infected potatoes though, you work out real quick, because the skin of them has got these weird raised bumps in them, and if you cut open the tuber, it's not beautiful white. Well, it's not white flesh like that. It's not beautiful white flesh. It's white flesh. It'll have streaks and flecks going through it, but very characteristic little lumps, and the yield is significantly reduced. Yep.
So what do you recommend for us here on Norfolk? Like, do you reckon, obviously one approach is to get the soil tested and then order varieties based on that, or try and get those varieties ordered based on that. Alternatively, do you just kind of trial and error, see what's affecting your crops and then just choose your varieties based on that, or would you just go right out and order the most resistant varieties from the get-go and just assume that you could be affected by any of them and just let's just avoid all those problems?
In the few minutes standing here, I know that you've got target spot, which I would have expected anyway. But if you've got resistance to these diseases, the worst thing we can get is the disease comes in, and then it's a hot spot where it can flourish on other parts of the island. Varieties only have a limited timeline. I should tell you that the genetic resistance breaks down over time. So the best variety that we've got right now that would be high resistance to all these diseases, in about 10 years, just through the multiplication of the plants and the natural weakening of how inherited genetics works, that will decline. So in 10 years, you'll have another one. We're going through that right now. Our best, most toughest variety is called Moonlight, and it's being replaced by crop 60 and crop 82 or whatever it is, 85 or something like that. I've got it written down, yep. So we're in that transition phase. And I think Moonlight's been good for us for about 15 years, which is pretty bloody amazing. The new one's coming on.
Right.
So I'd reach out and go for the best. As an agricultural scientist, I'd love to know what's in your soil, but that's got to be a bit coordinated. So if I took it from here, I need to know when did you grow potatoes, how often you've grown potatoes, so I'm not jumping at shadows or seeing something strange. So, you know, they're not an expensive test. They only cost about $100, $150. That notwithstanding, as I went through the process of trying to get a lab which would accept soil samples from Norfolk Island / Mars is where they think,
Yes.
it took a lot. But these are quarantine labs. I apologise, I didn't look into that, but I think that would be a nice project to look at. Yep, and understand where things are at.
Did you try looking easier and cheaper to do it in NZ than it is here?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I don't. Look, I know that technology is ubiquitous. It's just the DNA testing. It's not like the lab owns it and no one else gets to do it. It's now ubiquitous testing. So, absolutely. Yep. Yeah. For whatever reason, I mean, clearly we had this conversation about sending samples across, and anyway.
Yeah, it's not straightforward.
No.
Jace, just before we wrap up fertilising, so you were just saying that so we've got the initial fertilising at planting you've spoken about.
Yep.
Then at stage 1, you suggested just maybe top dressing or dynamic lifter.
Yeah, top dress stage 1. This is, sorry, and I'm jumping around a bit, but per 20 metre of row, so per 20 metre of row, anything between half a kilo and a kilo of nitrogen per 20 metre of row. Now, bear with me. Depending on your spacings and the yield expectations, etc., and those sort of things, that number might go down a bit, but that represents the upper limit of what you'd be prepared to put on. Just nitrogen at that stage. You can put dynamic lifter on, is great. A foliar phosphorus is good. Dynamic lifter, it would be, dynamic is 5%. Hold on, bear with me. It'd be equivalent to 10 kilos of dynamic lifter per 20 metre a row. Yeah. That's the upper limit. Yep. And put it right there. Put it right there. Yep.
So you don't just sprinkle along top of the row, you put it right on the plant base.
Well, you just put it on top of the mould.
Okay.
Yep. You don't have to go to each individual plant.
Okay.
There'll be, they're just, don't side dress on the side of the mould. They're hopeless at that stage to get it. Yep. Stage 2, stage 3. Hold on. Tuber initiation to bulking. Again, you could give them a dressing of dynamic lifter at that stage, but at that point they've taken all the phosphorus they want. They'd still like some nitrogen. They love potassium at that point, sulphate of potash. They love it. All right.
Stage 2.
Stage 2 during bulking. Yep. If you're putting on potassium, it's between half a kilo and 1.5 kilos. Now, in saying that, these soils are very fertile for potassium. The soil tests I've seen, the potassium levels are very high. We need to get some people to do some soil tests to work out if that's actually needed. So that's what I would call a blanket recommendation, being blind without having a soil test, which is really dangerous. But I can tell you the soil testing information I've seen, the potassium in this soil, which isn't unusual. These basalt soils, especially stuff that's so young, are high in potassium. So I'm a little bit, not 100% with it on the potassium side of things, until we had a test and turned around and said, yep, we need to put it on. Now I've given in the report that I put in for the council, I've given the minimum levels that we'd be after, so there's a reference points in there, and you can send samples off to ALS laboratories in Brisbane. The whole protocol's in there. It's about $150 for a test. Yep, to establish where you're at with it. Yep.
So you're not sure about sulphate of potash?
Look, I'm probably on the mind that I think with the natural fertility here, there probably wouldn't be the high demand or the standard demand for potassium that we have in other areas. However, over time, clearly that potassium will get taken up by the tubers, you'll eat it, and less is in the soil. But the levels are pretty high. Like I've seen quite a lot of tests that have been sort of 400 and 500 parts per million. We love a level around 200, 250. So pretty good, yep. Just on nutrients, that's how a plant responds. It's not this. The higher the fertility, the higher the yield. It does not work like that. I say this to everyone, and I'm not on a Christmas card list for fertiliser companies because it's just some shit advice, but when you get to the target levels, that's it. Above that, and it's marginal. You don't get any more yield. In fact, it's worse because the higher levels of nutrients in plants can not be good for it, or sometimes, well, often they're not. Too much nitrates is not good. Not good for the plant, not good for us. Too much phosphorus and it just goes into the soil. And over time it becomes plant unavailable. Gets locked up into the clay and iron and aluminium chemistry in the soil. Yep. So don't go, wow, if it's good at 250, how good's it going to be at 500 parts per million potassium? Not good. Yep. Okay. Any questions on bulking? It's the time when the plant wants the least amount of stress given to it. Yep. Irrigate if we've got irrigation. Fertilise if you can fertilise. Keep the disease at bay if we can keep the disease at bay. Stage 4, bulking to harvest. What can you say? It's when you start seeing the foliage senesce, naturally die off, and all the goodies in here move back down into the stem and push back into the tubers. It's just how it goes. Now, how long does that take? Bit on temperature, bit on all the accumulated stresses the plants had put on it, a bit on disease, heat, lack of moisture. But as I said, probably for something like Dutch cream, it's about day 70 to about day 100 is when it finishes up. Dig them when the skins are set. Although there is nothing nicer than a fresh potato that doesn't have the skin set on it because it's very high in sugars and very high in carbohydrate and it tastes delicious, but they will not store. So when you're going, are they ready to dig from a main crop so I can put them in storage? Dig out a tuber and start rubbing gently on the skin, and if the skin just peels off, leave them in there. You've got to let the skin set. Yep. You can do ground storage, no problems, for a period of time. So it's no worries, like you'll harvest these, what, December-ish? Yep. No problems ground storing them for a month afterwards. Probably don't leave them much longer than that. Your face is downturned. Yep.
Yeah, too many grubs, the grubs will get in it.
Yep, sure. There you go.
If it was winter time, yes.
So when you say grubs, are you talking about, do you know what they are? Potato moth wouldn't be here, would it? You're seeing them bore into it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Love to see
That's
some
why we all
pictures of
say,
that.
that's why I keep going, we should be harvesting this. This should have been well and truly done.
Yep.
Because once it gets warmer, yeah,
Grubs come in.
Once you start,
Yep.
there'll be grubs in your tubers. No, it's not army grub.
Army grub goes only over the top. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was just listening.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, we get potato moth, which lays its eggs right on top of the mould, and as it dries out, there's little cracks, and it'll crawl down in, and they burrow in and they cause damage. But gee, I wouldn't have thought there'd be potato moth here. Let's hope not.
If you're sure, if you've got a picture of the moth, we might be able to.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hopeless at
Probably
bugs.
the damage and the grub in a tuber would be more definitive.
Yeah. Love to know what that is.
Yeah.
If
You've got to sort them really well before you put it in a box.
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
then it'll just go through the whole lot.
Yep. The other one is when we do harvesting, if you accidentally fork some or you bash them and bruise them, sorry, I take that back. If you harvest too early and the skin hasn't been set and you knock them around, they will bruise. And when you go and put that bruised potato in with everything else, ethylene gets released out of it and the tubers prematurely age and they will rot. So it's not good. Yep. If you happen to fork one on the way through and just go, now what do? Don't put it in with all the other ones because it's a wound site, it will release ethylene and the tubers will decline. It doesn't matter whether you're doing this mechanically or by hand, you get the same thing happening. Yep. So just be careful. Let the skin set. Let it be nice and firm. So when you grab them, you shouldn't be able to rub the skin off at all. Yep. What else?
So that's why you stand on the back of a potato digger and chuck all the...
Yep, you've got to. And that's why when they go into storage, whether you're doing it at home, whether you're doing it at a sack, putting it in a shed or putting it in a cool store, you have to be discriminating with it. Because once it goes in there, you're probably not going to look at it until you go, I'll go and get a bag of potatoes, and you go, something doesn't smell right in here. It'll smell like dead fish.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Jason, I've grown potatoes periodically at home, and we get some potatoes, we call them glassy, and they don't soften when you boil them.
Yep.
And they look a bit translucent. You any idea what that would be? Is that a physiological thing? And I reckon sometimes we get none, sometimes it can be as high as sort of 20%.
When that flesh, so I haven't talked about virus at all, but I think what you've described is viral symptoms.
Yeah.
So there's PVX and PVY and leaf roll, there's 3 viruses. Leaf roll virus is exactly what I'm telling you. The leaves roll up and it affects yield because then the photosynthesis doesn't happen and you've got a problem. What you've described there is, and it's comes in on the seed or it's a sap-borne one, and very rarely do you see it wipe out a crop unless it was an infected seed crop. But you can see the odd occasional one. It looks almost like it's pearlescent.
Yeah.
And they hate it because if that goes into processing, when they make a chip out of it or something like that, it doesn't look right, nor does it taste right.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
No.
And it's often occasional, but yeah, there are areas. What happens is you can imagine if you had a virus infected whole crop and you planted it, you got a problem. But it doesn't always express in the tuber, so it's weird how it doesn't always go infected plant, infected seed, 100% of infected tubers. Is that, yeah.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yep. That's just, I don't know whether it's potato virus X or Y that does that. Leaf roll is very clear cut. That's a yield thing more than anything else.
Somewhere to go and look
Yep.
now. Yeah.
Yep. You can DNA test for that. And that's what they do with seed crops. If we had seed crops, we'd go and pluck off a number of leaves, send them to the lab, get them DNA tested, and they've got tolerances, not thou shalt not be present, because it's always there in low levels. Yep. Yep. Right. I'll give you a list of my favourite potato varieties. All right. Dutch cream. I've just slated it for a lot of reasons, but it is very good to taste. I have a very weak spot for Kiflers, finger potatoes. Yep. There's a few different sort of finger types out there. They're generally older varieties. They are disease-ridden often, but geez, they're nice. So if someone else can grow them for you, it's great. Yep. But they're very nice. They're the best. Nadine, very much like Dutch cream, is also very nice. These are some of the newer ones. I mean, you all know Desiree.
Kestrel?
Yeah, Kestrel's great. Yeah. Kestrel's one of the newer varieties. Yeah. Kestrel looks a bit like that, but with a purpley eye, isn't it?
Yeah.
Purple eye?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
They're the most distinctive ones. They're the only ones that got that purple eye, or there are being bred from it, but yeah, Kestrel are nice. Yeah. So red skin varieties, Red Rascal, Ruby Gold.
Is that different to Ruby Lou?
No, they're all a little bit incestuous.
Yeah.
Pontiac's a very old variety. Kennebecs, not so old, but have a particular, they're a roasting type. Yep. And look, it's not that I'm telling you that you don't want to have, different varieties in your production system on the island, but I don't know how many of you are making French fries at home. Now you can pick the ones in the middle that are multi-purpose. So remember I said about the dry matter content, sort of those 18, 19 17, 18, 19% dry matter content have that multi-purpose status, which is good for roasting, good for baking, okay for boiling, but if you made chips out of them, they'd go brown.
What's the top end of dry matter? Is that russets and stuff like that?
Yeah, russets, yep. Russet Burbank, and therein lies, sometimes Mother Nature gives you something which is awesome. The Russet Burbank variety was identified and commercially grown in 1910, and it is still the mainstay of the French fry market in Tasmania, and we've had so many wannabes come and go, but nothing beats a giant Russet Burbank, apart from it gets lots of disease and stuff like that, but the factories just love them. Innovator is another one. Innovator is a dual purpose, but it makes a lovely yellow flesh chip. Ugria, Fidelia, Moonlight, Crop 60, Crop 82, Nicola and Nadine, very nice eating potatoes. But have a look at these new ones. Go back to the co-op and say, can we look at this? Can we consider doing this? I want to talk about island seed potato production. Now, to do this needs a cool store facility, all right? Or someone that can put them in and get them at 5 to 6 degrees. You would import what they call, when they first make a potato variety, they have tissue culture or do multiplications. Tissue culture, they come out in a little vial, then they get those and they very carefully plant them out. They become generation 1 and they're little tiny tubers like this, they're very precious. Then you get generation 2, which is more like, sort of like a normal potato. Generation 3, which is pretty much what you would see. If you could import generation 2 or generation 3 to the island and grow them as a commercial seed crop, you get 8 to 10 times multiplication. So I don't know, how many tonnes of seed potatoes get brought into the island? We're talking a tonne?
No, it'll be more than that.
2 tonnes?
Yeah, probably even, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Matt probably plants close to a tonne just on his own.
I'll tell you this, if you had 10 tonnes of seed required for the island, for instance, because my maths is a bit easier for my simple brain, you'd need roughly a tonne to a tonne and a half of seed to be grown. A tonne to a tonne and a half of seed is a very small area. We're not talking big amounts of ground that would be set aside for seed potato production. We're not talking big areas at all. I mean, if you planted a hectare of generation 2 or generation 3 seed, by the multiplication, it'd be equivalent to growing 8 to 10 hectares of potatoes. That's a vast amount. I don't know if you eat anything else, but if you just did that. So, but to do this, yeah, no problems. Yep. That'd be a bit naughty to do that, but cut your nose to spite your face would be the classic definition of that one. Anyway, when the seed would be harvested, it'd need to go in a cool store. It'd need to go in at 4 to 6 degrees and get cooled down, and then people would draw on it to grow their crops. Now, you got problems with freight, logistics, quality of seed that comes in, cost, etc., and things like that. If you did a financial analysis, which I didn't do in my report, but I reckon it'd stack up pretty well. We're not talking about, you know, if it was a shipping container, you know, with solar cells on it and things like that. We're not talking big amounts. Yep. There you go. Yep.
Yeah, well, Matt's got his own, and Matt, yeah, they've got one, and yeah, Pat and Kane.
Now, one of the things is, you've got to grow them as seed. So you can't sort of bang them in the ground and go, happy days. Someone's got to look after them. But the opportunity would be is, you can get varieties which mature roughly, the quickest is about 70 to 80 days. The longest is about 100 to 120, 130 days. Get the right variety mix, the ones that taste good and have all those characteristics and the agronomic traits. A sequence of plantings. I see absolutely no reason why Norfolk Island cannot have fresh potatoes coming out that wouldn't have been in cool store for any longer potentially, or need to be in cool store for any longer potentially than maybe 45 to 60 days. Like, that's not rocket science, but it's putting that all together. Cool store, you know, because they multiply up so well. So that's where I'm at with seed production. It does need someone to have a good, careful approach to what they're doing, but, you know, geez.
Is there any other particulars about storage? Like, can it just be stored with other vegetable varieties?
No. Seed. Yep. The reason why is someone inadvertently had your seed potato in there and they were coming and going and they left the door open a bit and the heat started to sneak in. It doesn't take long for those potatoes, because what happens is when they break dormancy, you can't sit there and go, cool them back down again. The button's been switched and you can't stop it. Then what happens is if they start to shoot in cool store, danger.
So you basically need a dedicated store for that 45
Yep. Well, it might be longer for the seed, because I'm talking about seed being blocked out through the year. Yep. But it's a great opportunity. It's too good not to probably explore to a reasonably high level, I think, here. The other thing is, what we can't afford to have someone put a vegetable in there which is a little bit rotten and it releases ethylene. Just not the best example is, but if they put a banana as it breaks down and releases ethylene, or there's a whole lot of fruits that release ethylene. Even a rotting potato where someone, you know, who wasn't part of the program said, can you just put some seed in there for me? And they didn't look after it properly. Then you can see how, as a strategic resource, could be compromised on the island, and we got an issue. Yep. But it's not vast amounts, because just remember there's an 8 to 10 times multiplication factor. So, you know, it's not huge, the amounts that are required. But you want to have a few varieties. It's not like, right, the island this year in 2024 is eating moonlight. And some people go, yeah, and other people go, not again. But that's just being clever and, you know, having a sequence of varieties go through. But it insulates you. Now, you've got to bring in new varieties periodically, because, you know, once you go generation 2 and generation 3, generation 4, most of us are eating generation 4 potatoes. Yep, so they were planted at G3, G4, and then once you start getting out to generation 6, the genetics have started to break down. So we're talking about probably introducing new varieties about every, you know, 3 years, every 4 years. Same variety, but new planting material comes in. Yep.
Hey, Jay, so I know you could talk potatoes all day.
It's greenhouse time.
So you did want to do some stuff in the garden or something like that, is that right? Or?
Can we just carefully shave away some soil?
I think Tara will be showing up with some additional attendees shortly, so I wonder whether they're here already.
So if you just come over, the ideal thing is for a potato to have 3 to 4 stems on it. It'd be great. 3 to 4 stems per set would be awesome, all right?
I don't want to occupy your whole
Good. Oh, money time. Well past the hook stage. But you can see that, I mean, I don't know, I won't destroy it, but you want a wider mould, not a more peaked one. It should be like that, not like that, okay? Flat. Flat on top is good. And you can easily put a flat top on the mould. Just get a board. They put them behind tractors, or harness up your kids, Derek. One on either side, and drag it down. And just knock the top of the mould off. Because when you go through and do a bit of that hilling, you'll end up with a bit of a peak top. But just drag a board down and just knock the top of it off. So the tubers are out on this side, but also much, much easier for water to go in straight in on the top. Yep. What else? Spacing looks pretty much 30 centimetres. here to there. No problems with planting seed potatoes, or sorry, you can plant potatoes, soil temperatures happily up to 22, 23, 24 degrees, no problems. So you can go and plant them in the middle of summer. The only problem is in the middle of summer, you need water. But in this climate, if you remove the water limitation, you can grow potatoes every day of the year. As I said, first crop in Tasmania and inclement weather in here happens in April. And then we'll plant all the way out until March the following season. So you can do that, whatever you choose to do. So it doesn't matter. And they'll do that in a sequence right the way through because they want these fresh potatoes coming onto the market in time. I see no limitation with it. Yep. All right. Did everyone see those pictures of the target spot? It's just part and parcel of it. That's early blight. Sometimes you see it referred to as target spot. And that's it when it gets more aggressive. Causes defoliation. That's how it starts, that little lesion there, and then it turns into that. Yep. Not always, but usually it starts as a spot in the middle of the leaf, or otherwise it can go from the edge of the leaf and incrementally come back a bit. Yep. Buses here?
Yeah, I think we've got our additional attendees.
I've had an interesting career in the fact that I've spent a lot of my time, well, my career has been working with a whole lot of different crops. At university I specialised in floriculture. I thought I was going to change the world by growing tulips and gerberas and lisianthus. It was a great gig while it lasted until it dawned upon me that you can't eat them. Anyway, so the next 24 years, 25 years, 26 years, I've been involved in doing vegetable production, field production, greenhouse production, do a lot of work in pastures. So I'm a generalist, is probably the best way to put it. I probably know a lot of things about a lot of things, and I'm lucky because I get to travel, so I get to learn from other people and see other parts of the world. I'll talk about greenhouses and protected agriculture. The experience I've got is working in smaller polyhouse production systems through to large, vast, 10, 20 hectare systems using clochers, and I'll explain what they are, small ground level structures. So I'm just going to take you through step by step the things that we do and think about in terms of planning and operation and management of them, and a few of the tricks, I guess. So I'll start off, and ask me questions as you go through, please don't hesitate. First of all, the design, all right? In a nutshell, the taller and wider, the better, all right? The reason being is, it's all to do with how much air is trapped under there, okay? So you want in a polyhouse system for it to be relatively stable. So if it's small, it heats up really quick and that'll cook your plants, all right? If it's small and it gets warm, so this is the middle of winter, it often may not always warm up and stay at that temperature warm enough within reason, because clearly it gets a bit windy over here, all right? So I guess what's the optimal structure height? Well, one of the things is the person who's working in there has to be able to manage it all right? So there's no point having a 4 or 5 metre high structure if you're not really keen on getting around on step ladders or have something set up by it. So nominally, if these were 3 metre high structures, it'd be awesome. And however wide you go, just saying the wider the better, all right? Happy with that? I'm not here to tell you that it should be 5 metres wide and 3 metres high. At the end of the day, it's what you can build and what you can afford. And most importantly, what are you going to grow in there, okay? So if you're going to grow stuff during summer, you definitely want a big unit because you've got to be able to buffer that temperature change quite quickly. You've got to be able to deal with the temperature change of it getting quite hot. And the bigger that area is, the less it's going to reach up those high temperatures. And if it's short, like if it's 2 metres, the heat between, on a day like today, which will get to 24, 25, your glass house or polyhouse are easily going to get into the 30s, all right? And that's not good for plants. They don't like that amount of heat. The other one, so that's polyhouse, however we choose, whether it's 5x3. Might be just like a real simple. At the end of the day, if you're going to build them yourself, fantastic, or if you're going to get kits, you'll see often standardised measurements. The standardised measurements really comes back to the plastic film that you're going to buy, which all comes sort of in set lengths and those sort of things. The other one, and I will touch on this, is what we call a cloche, and it's basically just a little ground level. It might be 80 centimetres to a metre high, and it's pretty much to cover a row. So you go and use these in autumn and winter just to increase that temperature quite close to the ground. If it's cold at night and you're growing, I don't know, capsicums and starting them off in spring, you might start them under a cloche, get the warmth in there, and as the season builds up and it gets warm, you just roll the plastic back and it doesn't get brought back out again. So cloches are good for like a field top system in there. Great for starting seedlings out, protecting them. You can also put mesh over the top to keep your feral chickens out, and those sort of things. So they can be quite handy. So two different sorts in there. Any questions on design?
Yeah, just one question. In terms of, I think one of the issues we've got here is anything more than 2 meters high, we need to get approvals for, planning approvals. Is that right? 2.4. 2.4.
Depends on the type of building, but that's putting me on notice to work out where it might go. I think it's actually 3 meters.
Yeah, Derek just said 2.4, so hey, that's not a bad height.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It might even be 3 for this type of building. That's like
Yeah.
take that on notice.
Okay.
One.
About a fully enclosed greenhouse, you're not talking about tunnel sort of structure like dairies and stuff they do?
Tunnel houses.
Tunnel house.
If when I say polyhouse, I mean a tunnel house. Yep.
No ends.
No ends, but we'll come to that. Yep, we'll come to that. Question about ends in there.
Does it have to be curved? Is there a reason for being curved, or is it
Rain running off the sides and stability. Yep, flat surface. Yeah, unless it's a polycarbonate structure like down here, or glass would be, yeah, flat can be risky unless it's structurally quite a solid thing. Yep. Yeah, that's what I've got at home. That's what I'm building at home. Star pickets. Yep, and then 2-inch polypipe over the top. Now, if you use that, you can't go that wide because that structure integrity unless you put another bar in the middle. So what we're talking about there is star pickets. We have a lot of wind where we are, and so I've only got them 2 metres apart. Yep, 2-inch polypipe, put it down to ground level and arched over the top. And you've got to wait for a nice hot day because this stuff does not want to bend, and go and get 3 big strong people, but you do it in a hot day and then lock them on, drop them down, get a drill and secure them in with bolts. Yep. And then put a...
Heat gun work?
Sorry?
Heat gun works sometimes too.
Yeah.
As long as you don't heat it up too much.
Yeah. And then put a... sorry, I'm not a builder, but I would just, I don't know, like a strengthening spar. That's terrible. Whatever that is, to just give it some, what's the word, rigidity along the sides. And then plastic film goes over the top. So with plastic film, I have to get these numbers right. There's basically 3 thicknesses of plastic, 180 micron, 210 micron, 250 micron. So as they get thicker, they get more durable and you'll get a higher warranty given to it. Okay, so if you've got, I don't know, 180 micron stuff, to be honest, in a high light, high UV area like this, maybe you'll get 5-6 years out of it before it starts to weaken. And generally, this stuff doesn't weaken a little bit, it'll go, no, that's it, and have a catastrophic failure, and a hole gets punched in it. Okay, so the thicker it is, the longer it'll last. That 250 micron stuff, I think they normally have warranties of 8 to 10 years on it. Obviously it costs more, weighs more, but you can have it in anything from, geez, they have, you can get it in any length width, and it's, yeah, you can get whatever you want. Yep.
Jason, what's the maximum span you'd put
between this one, going this way between you and me. 3 metres.
Longitudinal.
Yeah, sorry.
So what about the width?
Oh, width. Yeah, look, good. I think once you start getting over 5 metres, it puts too much pressure up here. Yeah. Yeah, too much flex in it. And you'd have to end up running these side rails, more of them as you go up and around. But beyond 5 metres, and it's, yeah, because you can't, if you go to a bigger gauge pipe, that really doesn't help. Because remember, internally in here, it gets really hot. And that's exactly what we said to get them stressed in there. And yeah, you don't want that. Yep. How do you anchor the film? Good. So there's a whole lot of proprietary clips that get made, and you'll clip them down onto these in here, and at the bottom, bury that plastic in and cover it back over. Yep. Or proprietary ones will come with a clip which will anchor it down here. Yep. So the proprietary ones in the aluminium spars or the steel spars that come across, there'll be just clips the whole way around that clip it on together. Yep. And you can get those to retrofit the plastic ones. I'll pinch them off a berry fruit grower for mine. So yep. Yep.
In the bottom one, how wide would you maximise that one?
No more than 3 metres between the uprights. Yep. The more you do it, the less stability you've got. Okay. The plastic film needs to be UV stabilised. It has to be UV stabilised. If it's not UV stabilised, do not buy it, okay? Because it'll just break down in this. The amount of sunshine that you get here, on the number of days that you get the amount of sunshine, if it's not UV stabilised, look, you get half the amount of lifetime out of it. And again, when you get a failure, it'll be catastrophic. You want it to have an anti-drip, anti-condensation film on it, so the water runs off the side. You don't want it dripping from the top down, okay? So it's basically a polymer film that they put on the inside of the plastic. So when you build it, there will be directions that say inside, outside. Don't mix them up, all right? Because if you put the inside on the outside, you will have condensation, and we can't have those dripping down because that's where you get disease hotspots. Okay? Happy with that?
So you're saying the plastic film you buy has got 2 different sizes?
And if you don't ask for anti-condensation, it doesn't matter. But you want that film. It's basically, what's the best way to describe it? It just breaks down the surface tension and the water just keeps coming off on the sides. Yep. It needs to have 80 to 90% transmittance. Okay? I'll come to polycarbonate in a sec, but 80 to 90 transmittance. 80 to 90% transmittance. And that would just be a value provided for all the plastics. Most of them come closer to 90% transmittance. Okay? If you go below that, you might do that in the full tropics, but not here, because you still need that level of light transmittance. Yep. Happy with that? The polyfilm, it'll either be made of PVC or PVA. You might see some stuff coming out on the market now which is EVA. Don't ask me what they stand for. Ethylene, vinyl acetate, polyvinyl chloride, and polyvinyl acetate's the PVA. I think that would be it. You can use polycarbonate, okay? Now, if you use polycarbonate, you've got the stuff that you might go and roof a carport or a garage with, and then you've got the polycarbonate that you would use for a greenhouse, polyhouse or greenhouse structure like down here. That needs to be 80 to 90% transmittance. Usually they have that because if you build it out of a carport, it's say you've got a workspace under it and you're not working in the shade and the dark all the time. But just check that, because if it doesn't and it's opaque and maybe it's only got 50 or 60% transmittance, that's not good for the plants. They're forever strangled for getting access to light. And the problem is they grow very tall, As they grow taller and taller and taller, they start hitting the edge of the greenhouse where it's really hot and it's not good for them, and the yield suffers and all these sort of things. And then when you get into winter, there's just not enough flat out sunlight coming in. So we get a decline in yields, because at that time of the year, there's only so many daylight hours in the day, and we've got a problem there. Does that make sense?
Can I just ask, as far as environmental costs of all this plastic film, do you know if there's any recycled options or biodegradable options, or is there anything that's sort of less problematic?
Look, it's about the durability. First of all, I'll come to the easiest way I can answer this. I'll start with the easy one and end up with the hard one. First of all, you want stuff which is durable. Because if you go and buy cheap stuff and you go, well, I've got to go and do it in another, fix it back up, then we've got more turnover of material in time, okay? Polycarbonate lasts the longest, and then the 254 micron film lasts the longest. So we want durability. Second thing is, don't compromise the structural integrity of the structure that you're putting on, because this stuff's, it'll give a little bit, but it's not supposed to go ooh, because you get catastrophic failures from it. That's the easy stuff, all right? There is not biodegradable film. Biodegradable stuff, either from sunlight or chemical decomposition, I think it'll come, but at the moment we haven't got there. All right, can it be recycled? Yes, there are some issues with a few recyclers across Australia, but yes, it can be recycled. I've got a client back in Tasmania and they've just reskinned, I think they've just reskinned 15 hectares worth of polyhouses. That's all been packaged up. The shipping containers that came in, it's gone back in there and it's been sent back to, it's been sent back, I think the recycling plant's in Taiwan or somewhere like that. Yep. It can, yeah, it can. In their case it did, because there was a deal going back and forth. Yep. They were using these Haygrave tunnels and that was part of the deal. Yep. And it'll get turned into bins and stuff like that. Yep. It doesn't get turned back into the same plastic though. Yep. The other thing is, you've got to keep it clean. All right? So if you don't keep this stuff clean, you'll degrade it more, especially when dirt gets on it, all right? So all these things add up into it, but Anthony, that's the answer to that one at this point in time. Yep. Right, north-south orientation is best, okay? I will accept southeast, northeast. The reason why we don't do east-west is because the ones furthest on the east get the sunlight in the morning and they don't get anything in the afternoon, so they end up being stunted. The ones on the western end end up getting no light in the morning and heaps in the afternoon. They get stunted, and the ones in the middle get everything. So we get this. We get this wave pattern in the crops. North-south. Yep. Anything that's tall, grow on the, which side? North-south facing?
The north end would get more.
Yeah, we don't want it blocking everything.
Sun goes this way, yeah? Yeah? Where do the tall crops get planted? South side, down here? But we're going to plant in rows, aren't we?
Go west.
Yeah?
West so it provides shade for other plants in the hot afternoon.
Great answer. What about winter time?
Other way.
Other way? Other way. Happy with that? Yep. So in winter time, come and plant your tall stuff on this side. Yep. But in summertime, come and plant them on the western side. Shading, maximising light. Yep. Only a small thing, but it all adds up. Don't do it the other way around though. Yep. Happy with that? Slope. Well, when I tell you the slope in there, usually the answer is, well, I'll tell you, I'll show you what I can do. probably, once you start building your structures on a, that's north, isn't it? Yeah? North? Really? Wouldn't be at home. Excellent. North.
Where's Kingston from here?
All right. Well, we can firm this up with a compass. No, a slope, sorry. Once you start exceeding 5 to 8% slope, all right? Once you start going 5 to 8% slope, you can run into problems. So don't go and build your poly houses or your polycarbonate, or you can put cloches on more of a slope, but don't go and put your greenhouses on, you know, anything greater than preferably 5%, which is 5 metres over 100 metres is the drop. Okay? What happens is it can be very hard for irrigation to work that way. Okay? Yep. It's not, don't get confused with people going, mate, I can build it on anything slope I can. Of course you can, but it's the irrigation can have some issues in there. Yep. Right.
Jason, what's the advantage of having a tunnel house? Why would you bother when you can just break it down?
Great question, and I will defer to the locals for that one. You tell me why you're using them. You know. Sorry?
Wind, pests.
Wind? Yep.
Growing season.
Yep.
You can grow your marijuana in winter.
Oh, jeez.
Edit that out, Linda.
That was the least answer I thought was going to come out. I don't think there's a field workshop for that one. Right. Cash crops. Extend the growing season. And you're right, summertime, springtime, summertime conditions, polyhouses are tough, and we're going to talk about ventilation and stuff like that. But at the other end of the season, those crops that want heat, your tomatoes, your capsicums, it pushes the season right out. Yep. But wind's a big issue for everyone here. Yep. And chooks. Yep. Now, the other thing is, we talked about open ends, all right? If you've got open ends, what are the things that can easily come in? Chooks. What about little tiny insect pests? Yeah, so you can get insect proof or thrip proof mesh, all right? If you're going to use thrip proof mesh, this is the gauge. So it's 0.28 millimetres by 0.78 millimetres. It's got to be that gauge. If it's any bigger than that, it's not thrip proof mesh.
What was that again, please, the measurement?
0.28 millimetres times 0.78 millimetres.
But then that also excludes pollinators.
Yes,
Just to allow the maximum amount of air.
air's got to go in, but the thrip can't pass through it.
But then what about your pollinators?
Ah, great. What's the problem with putting thrip-proof mesh over everything?
It stops everything.
Stops everything. So be very aware that if you completely eliminate all pollinators getting in there, what are examples of some of the plants that clearly need pollination? Tomatoes, capsicums, zucchinis, the list goes on and on. Some don't though.
Everything except corn.
Lettuce, broccoli, cauliflower. So some things don't need it. Your winter veg. But if you put thrip mesh up, this is the trouble that we get into. I'll leave the doors open for the bees to come in, and I will not permit the entrance of any other insect pest. Very difficult, all right? But just, there is the option, or you could manually pollinate your plants, or you could introduce some bees of your own, or you can manually, that's what they have to do in large-scale commercial ones where they have these bee pollinators. Right.
One advantage of your tunnel house is, well, for a start, it's very hard to exclude, even with your mesh. They normally find a way in.
Yeah.
And often it then excludes the natural enemy, so you can very quickly have the pest get away. But it also makes it really
Another one? Really, we don't often see thrip mesh used that much because of exactly that. The world's moved on from it. We're not using lanate. We're not using organophosphates and chemistry to annihilate everything. Anyway, I'll move on. Yeah, and look, I reckon that's, well, I mean, you don't have to have a polyhouse for that, but you're right. Yep. It can work. That mesh material's not very flexible though. You can imagine it's quite a rigid type material on the way it's been manufactured. All right, this is the most important thing. We could say this about farming full stop, Norfolk Island full stop, and take it down to a polyhouse, is hygiene, all right? So these are the things. Go and have a separate pair of shoes for working in the polyhouse to outside of the polyhouse, all right? So don't bring in soil, or you can put a footbath in there, but still have a separate pair of shoes, okay? So hygiene's everything, because if you don't exclude stuff from coming in, you've got a big problem. Avoid casual visitors, because stuff just gets caught on people's clothes, on their hair, on their legs, whatever, all right? So no casual visitors in and out, it's just little things like this help up. Here's the number one most important thing is the plants that you put in there have to be clean, all right? So they don't want disease in there. You don't want insect pests in there, okay? So they have to be nice, clean plants, free of pests and diseases, all right? Whitefly, all those sort of things, yep. If you go and buy some plants or you start them off as seedlings, you know, if you grow them from seed in there, there's a good chance that that seed's fine, that's all right. But if you've got like plants that you're taking off someone else and you're introducing, you have to very, very closely inspect them and make sure they're nice and clean. Because if you don't, this is how stuff comes in. And it's often, you know, we're talking about very, very small insects. You need a hand lens, and you know, there's great literature and great opportunities to learn about what these eggs look like and stuff like that to stop them coming in. When you've finished harvesting, get rid of that plant and dispose of it. Don't just let it go feral and just see just how big that plant could get. You need to get rid of it because it's a host and it's a reservoir of pests and diseases, okay? So you've got to get rid of them, and don't just go and, if this is the doorway, I've lost the, no, it's me, don't look at the children, it's me. Jeez. Don't walk out of your greenhouse and go fantastic and just dump them there, because I can guarantee the disease and pests are going to find their way in to where it's nice and warm, and they'll go. So you've got to remove them completely away from the production area. Compost them, burn them, bash them, put them in a bin, whatever it is. But don't just come out here and then just go, yeah, fantastic, I've done my day's work, and drop them there. It's not good at all, all right? So any questions on hygiene at all? We should do it all the time, everywhere. And if we all ask each other to do the right thing, then it just becomes culture. All right. The number one thing for any polyhouse structure is ventilation, all right? North-south, try and optimise your airflow as much as you can. If you can get 8 kilometres of airflow through your house, you have such a massive reduction on all insect pests, whitefly, aphids, disease, botrytis, just 8 kilometres an hour. It's not much. Now, this goes to what you mentioned about, do we have open doors or do we have doors? Do we have vents? Look, at the end of the day, the more we can exchange that air in and out when it's hot is important. I'll come to that. But having some sort of airflow in there, whether it's 8 kilometres an hour is not very fast. We barely notice it as a human, all right? Whether it's a solar powered little air fan, whatever. It doesn't take much. It's an air stirring fan. Yep. Big greenhouse operations have air exchangers where they work out mathematically to take all the existing air out and replace it in. We're not talking about that. We're talking about having some sort of airflow in there. Whitefly cannot cope with it. They hate it. And that's probably your number one pest, which we'll come to that shortly. Yep. So ventilation, because if it's 24 today, by the time the afternoon, it's like hopping in a car that's had the doors up. It'll be in the mid to high 30s. Yep. So we've got to have airflow. We've got to have some ventilation coming in and out. Yeah, if it's passive and we're just, you know, that's why a little bit of slope is great, because what does hot air do? Yep, so a little bit of slope is good. Not everyone gets that in their site. Having the ends open is great. Knowing your exposure to energy on the island, it's not easy to come by and it's expensive. So I think passive is about what it's going to be like. Yep, yep. But if you have a polytunnel that's 5x3 with 2 little doors cut 2 metres wide and 1 metre high at either end, you're going to come unstuck. Yep. Now you can get off the shelf designs which will have a crank handle and open up, because it's lovely if we can get this heat coming out. Oh, hold on, that's not a good picture. But if we can have the heat coming out from the top, where it's greatest, would be ideal.
So you can buy it, they've got those set up.
Yeah, you can buy roof vent systems. So here's ground level, here's the polytunnel, and they'll have sort of an opening here where the heat bleeds out. Yep. Ventilation, you don't need much. A simple air stirring fan, like the fans on a pedestal that you've got, would be absolutely fine. Happy with that? Right. No, it's sort of through the foliage really. It's not to cool things down, it's just to try. So where we would position them also, if they're oscillating, is awesome. Otherwise, here we are looking down on the greenhouse, and this is what we would really love, is one pushing and another one pushing, and it creates a circulation. That'd be awesome to do that. Yep. Don't stick them right at the ends. Put maybe if your greenhouse is 10 metres long, come and put them maybe 2 metres in at opposite ends on opposite sides. But if you can only get one, great, all the better. Yep. Or if you can get your children in there with a fan, Derek, that's another one. Small little hands. Oh, hygiene, that was the other thing. Periodically, you've got to go and do a clean out. So you might have to do a wash down on the walls if they start getting dirty. You know, and inevitably soil builds up on the inside. And also if it's dirty on the outside, you start losing light transmittance. So you have to do a periodic clean down. You don't use anything harsh and abrasive. Don't use a pressure cleaner, because you might punch a hole in it. You just use a brush with a bit of soapy water. Do it while the rain's about to come in or during the rain, so you can just clean it all off. Just keeps up that light transmittance. We've talked about ventilation. Right, irrigation. Plants need to drink, because if they can't drink, they can't eat. All right, simple. When it's hot in summer, and if I go to the extreme ends of it, for instance, a tomato plant that's in yielding while it's growing would need between about 0.3 and 0.5 litres of water per day. All right. It might need more than that if you've picked a variety, and we'll come to this with varieties with a big long vine and with full blown trusses on there and things like that. But 0.3 to 0.5 litres a day in summer. In winter, it could be half of that. Yep. Now when it's a seedling, they actually need almost just as much as an adult plant, but what's the best way to describe it? For a mature plant, you could give all that water over maybe a 3 or 4 hour period, depending on how you're doing it with a little dripper. With a seedling, because they haven't got as big a root system, that water needs to be given more frequently but in smaller quantities. So it's horses for courses. Yep. Happy with that? Tomatoes, capsicums, very similar. I mean, if I talk about those ones probably being your main crops, that's, yeah. Because it's such a warm, humid environment in there, if you don't water them, they will not like you for very long before they die. Or they'll just drop blossoms and then you don't get yield. Yep. Fertigation is the other way. You can have a very, very simple Venturi system, all right? So you don't need actually active pumping to do fertigation. Bear with me. What you would do there is, here's a pipe coming down that goes to the plants at the other end. Yep. And you have a tank sitting here, and you have a pipe coming in, and as that water flow goes through, it will draw water out of your nutrient tank and put it in there. So you just got to have some valves. I'm not your expert for this, but you're going to go online and just make sure that the diameter of this main pipe is quite a bit bigger than that secondary pipe, and it's a matter of doing some valves. I'm not sure if people have got EC meters and things like that, and I haven't got nutrient programs for you. You can either get pre-prepared formulations in there. If you don't want to fertigate, then you just go directly to the plant and go and sprinkle some fertiliser around. But it's got to get wet, because you can't put granules of fertiliser here on the surface if the dripper emitter's over here and it periodically gets dry and the wetting front's there. That's a problem, because if the fertiliser doesn't get wet and dissolve, the nutrients won't dissolve, and then the plant can't drink, or it can drink but it won't be able to take up nutrients in there. Happy with that? One of the things that we do see, if you're going to grow in soil in your polyhouses, you will end up having a huge amount of fertility build up, because if you look at when you grow a tomato plant, you actually only take a small amount of nutrients away, a lot gets left in the soil, so you might want to do a soil test periodically in there. If you grow in a soilless media of, what are you growing in here?
Well, it's peat down there, but I'm going to change it on gravel.
Yep, okay. If you grow in a soilless media, and gravel's fine to grow in, it's just a support media for the plant roots to sit in, just know that there's no nutrients in there that's going to be available for the plants. So just, yeah. Look, if you go online, you can get so much information about nutrient programs, and at the end of the day, use whatever is available, but know that organic nutrients take a while to break down. If it's in like a manure form or a dynamic lifter pellet or something like that, synthetic fertiliser there readily, whatever you choose to do, but you can get a lot of information about it, but they will need to be fertilised, because if you don't fertilise them, the plant doesn't grow. Yep. Right. Now, I'm going to talk about spraying. Now, I'm not here telling you to spray with hardcore conventional chemicals. If you choose, you can use, I've sort of got ahead of myself a bit, but you can use something like potassium carbonate, which works on powdery mildew. You can use neem oil. You can use canola oil. You can use a petroleum-based oil to knock off pests and diseases. Do not spray it when your temperatures are going to exceed 28 degrees. Now, you can't walk outside and look at the thermometer and go, well, according to the Bureau of Meteorology, Norfolk Island has never got to 28 degrees. In your polyhouses, it'll be 10 degrees at least hotter than what it is today, all right? So you can't go and put sprays on plants. What happens is two things. The spray itself will volatilize, and then it becomes a gas, and it's not good for you. Second thing is, the plants breathe through little structures on the leaves called stomata. So here's a leaf, and they've got these little vessels they breathe through. When it's really hot, they open right up, okay? So the chemical can get in there, and it can be very, very benign, like a potassium carbonate, but it can burn the foliage, all right? Now, whether it's a conventional, a synthetic, or whether it's an organic, it doesn't matter. don't spray above 28 degrees. You've got a big, big problem if you do, all right? You'll burn your plants, it looks like you've set fire to them. And the leaf goes crispy, etc., and things like that. The other thing with ventilation is, if it gets hotter, I'll get this exact number for you. This is for capsicums and tomatoes. You don't want the nighttime temperature to be greater than 21 degrees, and you don't want the daytime temperature greater than 30 degrees. If it does get too hot, the blossoms fall off. If the blossoms fall off, there ain't no fruit, all right? So that's why we've got to have this ventilation happening, yeah? So just don't let them get too hot. The plants won't die until you probably get to about 36 or 38 degrees, but the blossoms will fall off. So then it becomes like an ornamental tomato that you're growing for no apparent reason, because it looks nice, all right? So just remember that. So ventilation's important. Yep. All right, how are we for time?
We're 11:40, so another 20.
Righto. I'm going to talk about insect pests. In the polyhouses I've been in, I've seen, this is on Norfolk Island, I've seen whitefly, I've seen aphids, and I've seen thrips. Okay? That's what we see everywhere, all right? And when we create a polyhouse, we create a beautiful environment for these plants to grow. They like the hot, warm temperatures, but also so do these insects. And their life cycles go through quite rapidly, all right? I think the inevitability is you will see these insects. You will get exposed to them. What can we do? Use some sticky traps. And I apologise because I had a prize. I've got some sticky traps with me. I brought them over. That's terrible to forget them. I'll pass them on to you. Yeah, sorry. If you just wait here for 20 minutes, hold on, everyone will go home. I'll leave the sticky traps behind. Sticky traps are good. They let you know when things are there, but also they're pretty handy because the insects get drawn on them and they can help knock down the population a bit. I think Anthony's very interested, and so am I, to know what's here. It would be good. If you want to have them identified, sticky traps by their very nature aren't easy things to deal with. Go and get some Glad Wrap and go and cover them with Glad Wrap when they're full of insects, all right? And then you can go and stick them in the freezer and people can go and help, or you can give them to someone else to identify them. Don't give them unwrapped and go fantastic, because they're sticky. Yeah, yep. Sorry? Yeah. Now, these are the things, those of you that came yesterday morning would have heard about integrated pest management. It's just all the tools and the approaches that we can do. So, first of all, clean plants have to be introduced. Don't introduce dirty plants, all right? A good level of hygiene, who goes in, who goes out, keeping weeds in and around the area out. You know, all those things relating to hygiene are critical. Plants that have finished their harvesting cycle, get rid of them because they're just a great host, and you just won't bother looking at a plant that you've lifted off and you've taken your fruit, and then you're looking at over here and the whitefly is still breeding there and infecting here. So as for direct action on them, a lot of these insects, they really don't like oils going near them. So you can use a mineral oil or a vegetable oil. You can pull them out by your hands, you can squeeze them. Just be careful when you're handling the leaves on the plants that you're not taking or damaging them physically as you go through. You can use a neem or azadirachtin, which is organic. Organic?
It is, but I don't think it's registered for use on food crops in Australia.
There we go. Yep. Well, that solves that one. So we're back to mineral oils and vegetable oils. Yep. And they work very nicely. Just have a spray bottle there. They basically work by desiccating and suffocating the little insect pest. Just get a spray oil up. Usually they're made at 1% solution strength. So that'd be a litre in 100 litres, or 1 litre in No. 100 mils in 10 litres. Yeah. Yep. So last thing I'm going to finish on is disease. All right. So here's the disease triangle. All right. Got a host in the top, got the environment, your polyhouse, and the pathogen in there. The things I'm going to talk to you about are whatever we can do to weaken that triangle or break that triangle will stop the disease coming in. Okay. So the diseases you will see in a polyhouse, one is botrytis or grey mould. Anyone seen that before? Yeah, if you sit a tomato on the bench, usually sit it there long enough and you'll start seeing this hairy mould sporulation forming, and that's often a bit of botrytis can be involved in that. You'll see powdery mildew. You'll see that in the field as well, where sometimes it can be on the top, but definitely on the outside of the leaves. Looks like it's got a sugar coating on it, and all your cucurbits love it. So zucchinis, pumpkins, but it can also get into, well, pretty much everything. Probably not potatoes and not corn either, but most other things have a go at it. Target spot, which looks exactly the same as the target spot we've got in potatoes, which is sort of these concentric, they look like they've been hit with a burn spot and they sort of have these rings going around. It's the same disease as what we've got here, Alternarian potatoes, and you can get bacterial spot. Most of these diseases are coming in on the plant or they come up from the soil. So, you know, it's a tough thing. What we've got to try to do is probably end up manipulating a bit with the environment. So this is making sure the plant grows well. It's got all the nutrients, it's got all the water, it's got everything that it needs, so it's not under stress, all right? That's number one. 2, use a nice vigorous plant. Yep. 3, use a plant which should be grown in a polyhouse. You can grow any of these vegetables inside a polyhouse, but you can actually get varieties which are far more suitable to be grown in a polyhouse environment because they like the heat. All right, so you can grow tomatoes. First of all, I'd say to you, if you're going to grow tomatoes, there's 2 sort of types. There's what they call determinate, like a bush tomato. You know, they grow knee high or waist high and they flower. But in a polyhouse system, we want to grow what they call indeterminate, which means they can just grow for as long as they need to. While ever the temperatures are right, they will just keep growing. If you ever get a chance to go in a commercial tomato house, you can see vines which are, you've worked a few, I'd imagine. Yeah. How long have you seen some of the vines?
They tend to prune them back before they get that long.
They can be big.
And it's constant.
Yep.
Cutting them back.
Yep. The reason why we want these indeterminate types is because we're trying to grow this environment or produce an environment which allows this constant flowering coming through. But as Anthony's right, like if they're not pruned, they can be 20 or 30 metres long. And it used to be they trellis them up and down, etc., and things like that. All right. But when you go through your catalogues, just have a look and see, is it determinate or indeterminate? Do they grow tall? Probably want a taller growing type to make use of the structure that you're growing in. Yep. If they're indeterminate, we've got a high yield potential out there. And that's pretty much what everything should be in these polyhouses is get a variety which does have a high yield potential because you're creating all these good conditions for it to go through. Disease-wise, potassium carbonate is good on powdery mildew, but you've got to get onto it early. If you've got a severe infection and you put potassium carbonate on there, it's not going to do well enough. It's not like a knockdown fungicide. It keeps the plant, or keeps this disease at bay for as long as you can get. Again, remember the 28-degree rule, all right? It's a foliar disease. You probably end up needing the ability to shoot some spray, so just have your pump moving up under into it. There is a new chemical that's come out, Serenade. Are you familiar with that one, Anthony? Yep. So Serenade, people use Bacillus thuringiensis on the island, BT sprays. Yeah. Now, this is a bacterial spray which has got fungicidal properties in there. The registrations are increasing. It's very new. Serenade's, it's been around for a while, but the registrations are just exploding on it. It's registered for field and greenhouse grown tomatoes, specifically for botrytis. it'll help on bacterial spot. You want to keep an eye out for that one. So Serenade's got an opportunity. It's organic. Believe it or not, it comes from one of the biggest of the big boy chemical companies. It comes from Bayer. So that gives you an idea. Someone asked a question yesterday about where are all these chemicals going. That's a great example of they're going to the biological and the organic side of things. Because being able to spray it with an inordinate amount of the other sort of fungicides are there is they're losing market share. Or you can just use your hands and try and pick off the disease leaves in there. But if you're not monitoring and you're not checking, sometimes if you haven't been in there for a week or two and then you come back in, you can be confronted by something which is just way too much to be able to deal with. That's all I've got. Any other questions? I've given you a lot of information. I didn't, you know, we're not looking at a PowerPoint presentation. I haven't given a handout. I'm going to type all these notes up and then Phil will be able to get them round to people. But I like people to be able to listen and see what I'm doing to begin with. Any other questions?
In your draft report, you've listed a lot of disease-resistant cultivars
Yes.
in there, but not just potatoes. But,
Yep.
where's a good place to source them? I had trouble finding the different cultivars.
Right.
Because that's, I mean, yeah, unfortunately we're limited with what we can get in our nursery here, but
Yeah.
it's very much
Yep.
the same as potatoes. It's
Yep.
the same ones that we've grown year after year.
I too had trouble in digging them out. That took me a good day sitting on the internet and just trawling through catalogues. So there's not a lot of plant breeding companies out there. I'll include into it the addresses of all the plant breeding companies because there's about a dozen of them and they trade off one another and things like that, and you just go through their catalogues. That's about the only way you can do it. The tricky ones would be tomatoes because there are hundreds and hundreds out there, and I'm a bit naughty for this of using common names and things like that, but I'll list off some addresses in these handouts for these crops. Yep. Bijou, yep. You know, Bayer, Syngenta, South Pacific Seeds, Rixwan. There's not that many of them. Yep. But if you typed into your Google search engine greenhouse tomatoes, ignore the first 12 ads that come up and the first 12 bits of bullshit that'll pop up and start sifting in there. But unfortunately, there's no easy repository of, yep. I think the potato one, that's probably a bit easier because there's really not, you know, there's a lot of varieties, but, you know, for the types that you're looking at, if you said low specific gravity, low dry matter boiling potatoes and stuff like that, you can sift the wheat from the chaff a bit easier in that respect. Yep. But it's not easy. And it's one of the reasons why not just here, but globally, we're dragging our feet in adopting some of these new varieties. I get it though, like, you know, southern Tasmanians love pink-eye potatoes. You know, it's a variety that's been around for a long time. In the northwest, we love Dutch cream. We're having to move towards these newer varieties because of pest and disease issues are forcing us. Yep.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's not your role, but you know, we like to be self-sufficient as possible here. But it's like, how far do we need to go if we need to start sourcing every different disease-resistant zucchini? You know, that kind of thing. I think
Yep.
it's really important out of this forum is to talk to the people that are supplying us with the seeds.
Yeah.
So they're buying, know where they're sourcing it from.
Yep.
You know, and it's not just the nursery. There's Martin, there's Foodlands, and
Even the cooperative, I guess.
and the cooperative. You know, and we all get good at ordering online here, but you know, it can be easier.
One of the things I'll say to that is, it's a bit like a field winter variety and a field summer variety, for instance. To be a greenhouse variety, but you're looking at the same disease tolerance all the way through with whatever those cultivars are. And you're probably looking like for potatoes, if I touch on that one if I can, you've got early, mid or main crop and late. You don't need early and a mid late. You just want an early, a mid and a late. Now you can get that same concept for, you know, tomatoes. Early maturity versus late maturity, you know. So it's one of those things of asking the right question, of hopefully starting this off by saying, here are the disease, here is the dry matter content we're after a potato, away we go. Yep, I want an indeterminate tomato that grows 2 metres tall and gives me them the shape of an egg. And yeah, get through those catalogues. And there's a lot of catalogues on there. Yep, and they're pretty good. They usually spell it out. But if there's something pops up and you just, you know, you don't get that data and that information, no good. Yep. Anything else?
Just one thing.
Yep.
I thought, I may have missed this, but I thought the whole concept of trying to go greenhouse was to almost try and extend the season.
Yes.
So, you know, here in Norfolk Island, we always tell the tourists that you'll get tomatoes here, you'll get cucumbers here, but you won't necessarily get that. So I thought the real advantage of doing this was to try and, you know, get a longer period.
100%, 100%. And we do that by build that structure. For instance, with a tomato, grow an indeterminate variety tomato that just has this super long flowering season, so it just keeps going and going and going until you go, I've had enough, and I chop you at the bottom. 100%. Now to do that, get an indeterminate variety. One that you want to eat, one that grows tall, start doing your trellising, and you'll get that. Yep.
And you did mention that, thanks.
Yep. Things like, you know, cucumbers. Now you're not going to get, a cucumber will get to a certain height, you know, and it's done its dash, but that's that sequence of plantings coming in. If we plant them all at once, they'll all come online in a period of time. Tomatoes are probably, with that indeterminate flowering, the easiest one to get right. But if we plant a determinate variety, you're right, here and here. But in indeterminate, it just keeps growing through. Who's used or aware of copper fungicides? Copper? Copper sulfate? Copper oxychloride? In a greenhouse system, alas, I've had first-hand good knowledge of this, do not use it when the temperatures go above 24 degrees. I said 28 for everything else. Copper, it's more sensitive. It's a salt, very, 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 very severe. So if you're going to use that, you must use that cool of an evening and get the heat out of your greenhouses. Sulfur as well. Yeah, yeah. Just be very, very careful. Do not go and put those products on in the morning. Don't get up at 6 o'clock and go, it's lovely and cool right now, I'll get in there and get this job done before I get on with that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yep. And wherever, if you are doing any spraying, read the label and wear all the proper gear that you're supposed to wear. Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Big round of applause for Jason.
10, 20 hectare systems using cloches, and I'll explain what they are, small ground level structures. So I'm just going to take you through step by step the things that we do and think about in terms of planning and operation and management of them, and a few of the tricks, I guess. So I'll start off, and ask me questions as you go through, please don't hesitate. First of all, the design, all right? In a nutshell, the taller and wider, the better, all right? The reason being is, it's all to do with how much air is trapped under there, okay? So you want in a polyhouse system for it to be relatively stable. So if it's small, it heats up really quick and that'll cook your plants, all right? If it's small and it gets warm, so this is the middle of winter, it often may not always warm up and stay at that temperature warm enough, because air's a really good buffer for temperature change. So the bigger they are, the taller they are, within reason, because clearly it gets a bit windy over here, all right? So I guess what's the optimal structure height? Well, one of the things is the person who's working in there has to be able to manage it all right? So there's no point having a 4 or 5 metre high structure if you're not really keen on getting around on step ladders or have something set up by it. So nominally, if these were 3 metre high structures, it'd be awesome. And however wide you go, just saying the wider the better, all right? Happy with that? I'm not here to tell you that it should be 5 metres wide and 3 metres high. At the end of the day, it's what you can build and what you can afford. And most importantly, what are you going to grow in there, okay? So if you're going to grow stuff during summer, you definitely want a big unit, because you've got to be able to buffer that temperature change quite quickly. Oh, sorry, you've got to be able to deal with the temperature change of it getting quite hot. And the bigger that area is, the less it's going to reach up those high temperatures. And if it's short, like if it's 2 metres, the heat between, on a day like today, which will get to 24, 25, your glass house or polyhouse are easily going to get into the 30s, all right? And that's not good for plants. They don't like that amount of heat. The other one, so that's polyhouse, however we choose, whether it's 5 by 3. Might be just like a real simple. At the end of the day, if you're going to build them yourself, fantastic, or if you're going to get kits, you'll see often standardised measurements. The standardised measurements really comes back to the plastic film that you're going to buy, which all comes sort of in set lengths and those sort of things. The other one, and I will touch on this, is what we call a cloche, and it's basically just a little ground level. It might be 80 centimetres to a metre high, and it's pretty much to cover a row. So you go and use these in autumn and winter just to increase that temperature quite close to the ground. If it's cold at night and you're growing, I don't know, capsicums and starting them off in spring, you might start them under a cloche, get the warmth in there, and as the season builds up and it gets warm, you just roll the plastic back and it doesn't get brought back out again. So cloches are good for like a field top system in there. Great for starting seedlings out, protecting them. You can also put mesh over the top to keep your feral chickens out, and those sort of things. So they can be quite handy. So 2 different sorts in there. Any questions on design?
Just one question. In terms of, I think one of the issues we've got here is any more than 2 metres height, you need to get approvals for planning approvals. Is that right? 2.4.
It depends on the type of building, but that's putting me on notice to work out where a greenhouse is fitting. I think it's actually 3 metres.
Yeah, Derek just said 2.4, so hey, that's not a bad height.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might even be 3 for this type of building. I can take that on notice.
You're
One,
talking about a fully enclosed greenhouse, you're not talking about a tunnel sort of structure like various
tunnel houses. If when I say polyhouse, I mean a tunnel house. Yep. No ends, but we'll come to that. Yep, we'll come to that. Question about ends in there. Rain running off the sides, and stability. Yep, flat surface. Yeah, unless it's a polycarbonate structure like down here, or glass would be yeah, flats can be risky unless it's structurally quite a solid thing. Yep. Yeah, that's what I've got at home. That's what I'm building at home. Star pickets. Yep. And then 2-inch polypipe over the top. Now, if you use that, you can't go that wide because that structure integrity unless you put another bar in the middle. So what we're talking about there is star pickets. We have a lot of wind where we are, and so I've only got them 2 metres apart. Yep. 2-inch polypipe. Put it down to ground level and arched over the top. And you've got to wait for a nice hot day because this stuff does not want to bend. And go and get 3 big strong people, but you do it in a hot day and then lock them on, drop them down, get a drill and secure them in with bolts. Yep. And then put a... Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. And then put a... sorry, I'm not a builder, but I would just, I don't know, like a strengthening spar. That's terrible. Whatever that is, to just give it some, what's the word, rigidity along the sides. And then plastic film goes over the top. So with plastic film, I have to get these numbers right. There's basically 3 thicknesses of plastic. 180 micron, 210 micron, 250 micron. So as they get thicker, they get more durable and you'll get a higher warranty given to it. Okay, so if you've got, I don't know, 180 micron stuff, to be honest, in a high light, high UV area like this, maybe you'll get 5-6 years out of it before it starts to weaken. And generally, this stuff doesn't weaken a little bit, it'll go, no, that's it, and have a catastrophic failure and a hole gets punched in it. Okay, so the thicker it is, the longer it'll last. That 250 micron stuff, I think they normally have warranties of 8 to 10 years on it. Obviously it costs more, weighs more, but you can have it in anything from, geez, they have, you can get it in any length, width, and it's, yeah, you can get whatever you want. Yep.
Jason, what's the maximum span you'd put between those star pickets for the 2-inch pipe?
Between this one, going this way between you and me, 3 metres.
That's longitudinal.
Yeah.
So what about the width?
Oh, width. Yeah, look, good. I think once you start getting over 5 metres, it puts too much pressure up here. Yeah.
Too much flex.
Yeah, too much flex in it, and you'd have to end up running these side rails, more of them as you go up and around, but beyond 5 metres, and it's, yeah, because you can't, if you go to a bigger gauge pipe, that really doesn't help, because remember, internally in here, it gets really hot, and that's exactly what we said, to get them stressed in there, and yeah, you don't want that. Yep.
How do you anchor the film?
How do you anchor the film? Good. So there's a whole lot of proprietary clips that get made, and you'll clip them down onto these in here, and at the bottom, bury that plastic in and cover it back over. Yep. Or proprietary ones will come with a clip which will anchor it down here. Yep. So the proprietary ones in the aluminium spars or the steel spars that come across, there'll be just clips the whole way around that clip it on together. Yep. And you can get those to retrofit the plastic ones. That's, I'll pinch them off a berry fruit grower for mine. So yep. Yep.
In the bottom one, how wide would you maximise that one?
No more than 3 metres between the uprights.
Yep.
Yep. The more you do it, the less stability you've got. Okay. The plastic film needs to be UV stabilised. It has to be UV stabilised. If it's not UV stabilised, do not buy it. Okay, because it'll just break down in this. The amount of sunshine that you get here, on the number of days that you get the amount of sunshine, if it's not UV stabilised, look, you get half the amount of lifetime out of it. And again, when you get a failure, it'll be catastrophic. You want it to have an anti-drip, anti-condensation film on it, so the water runs off the side. You don't want it dripping from the top down, okay? So it's basically a polymer film that they put on the inside of the plastic. So when you build it, there will be directions that say inside, outside. Don't mix them up, all right? Because if you put the inside on the outside, you will have condensation, and we can't have those dripping down because that's where you get disease hotspots. Okay? Happy with that?
So you're saying the plastics normally buy has got two different sizes?
And if you don't ask for anti-condensation, it doesn't matter. But you want that film. It's basically, what's the best way to describe it? It just breaks down the surface tension, and the water just keeps coming off on the sides. Yep. It needs to have 80 to 90% transmittance. Okay? I'll come to polycarbonate in a sec, but 80 to 90 transmittance. 80 to 90% transmittance. And that will just be a value provider for all the plastics. Most of them come closer to 90% transmittance. Okay? If you go below that, you might do that in the full and it periodically gets dry and the wetting front's there. That's a problem. Because if the fertiliser doesn't get wet and dissolve, the nutrients won't dissolve. And then the plant can't drink, or it can drink, but it won't be able to take up nutrients in there. Happy with that? One of the things that we do see, if you're going to grow in soil in your poly houses, you will end up having a huge amount of fertility build up. Because if you look at when you grow a tomato plant, you actually only take a small amount of nutrients away, a lot gets left in the soil, so you might want to do a soil test periodically in there. If you grow in a soilless media of, what are you growing in here?
Well, it's peat down there, but I'm going to change it all to gravel.
Yeah, okay. If you grow in a soilless media, and gravel's fine to grow in, it's just a support media for the plant roots to sit in, just know that there's no nutrients in there that's going to be available for the plants. So just, yeah. Look, if you go online, you can get so much information about nutrient programs, and at the end of the day, use whatever is available, but know that organic nutrients take a while to break down. If it's in like a manure form or a dynamic lifter pellet or something like that, synthetic fertiliser there readily, whatever you choose to do, but you can get a lot of information about it, but they will need to be fertilised, because if you don't fertilise them, the plant doesn't grow. Yep. Right. Now, I'm going to talk about spraying. Now, I'm not here telling you to spray with hardcore conventional chemicals. If you choose, you can use, I've sort of got ahead of myself a bit, but you can use something like potassium carbonate, which works on powdery mildew. You can use neem oil. You can use canola oil. You can use a petroleum-based oil to knock off pests and diseases. Do not spray it when your temperatures are going to exceed 28 degrees. Now, you can't walk outside and look at the thermometer and go, well, according to the Bureau of Meteorology, Norfolk Island has never got to 28 degrees. In your poly houses, it'll be 10 degrees at least hotter than what it is today. All right, so you can't go and put sprays on plants. What happens is two things. The spray itself will volatilize, and then it becomes a gas, and it's not good for you. Second thing is, the plants breathe through little structures on the leaves called stomata. So here's a leaf, and they've got these little vessels they breathe through. When it's really hot, they open right up, okay? So the chemical can get in there, and it can be very, very benign, like a potassium carbonate, but it can burn the foliage, all right? Now, whether it's a conventional, a synthetic, or whether it's an organic, it doesn't matter. Don't spray above 28 degrees. You've got a big, big problem if you do, all right? You'll burn your plants, it looks like you've set fire to them. And the leaf goes crispy, etc., and things like that. Yeah, it can be hard though in the middle of summer to keep that down. Yep. So, if we do have to put anything on there, go and do it early evening. Two things. One, less impact on pollinators. 2, less exposure to the hot weather afterwards. Yep. The other thing with ventilation is, if it gets hotter, I'll get this exact number for you. This is for capsicums and tomatoes. You don't want the nighttime temperature to be greater than 21 degrees, and you don't want the daytime temperature greater than 30 degrees. If it does get too hot, the blossoms fall off. If the blossoms fall off, there ain't no fruit. All right? So that's why we've got to have this ventilation happening. Yeah? So just don't let them get too hot. The plants won't die until you probably get to about 36 or 38 degrees, but the blossoms will fall off. So then it becomes like an ornamental tomato that you're growing for no apparent reason, because it looks nice. All right? So just remember that. So ventilation's important. Yep. All right. How are we for time?
We're 11:40, so another 20.
Gets in the cuticles of insect product.
And
It's called a braid. A braid? Yeah, that's the trade name. But you can make up your own product with diatomaceous earth as well. One of the things about glass houses and tunnel houses too is that they're very high humidity, and if you're coming to Matt Bigg's place on Tuesday, there's a really great example of a pathogen on whitefly that has just wiped out his whiteflies for the 2nd year in a row. It's spectacular. So yeah, come along, have a look at that. Look, I don't really have a lot to add. In commercial glass houses, they use things like aphid banks, where you can get a pot with plants in it, with aphids on it, and you can put it in your glass houses. See, one of the issues, and I've said this before with IPM, if you don't have any pests in your crop, you're not going to get your natural enemies in there. There's no reason for them to go in there, and then they tend to get away. So you want to try and get your natural enemies to get that head start on your pest population. So there's lots of work gone into how to manipulate those populations, but until we know what occurs here, are there parasitoids of aphids that occur here already, there's not really a lot of point in me talking too much about it. So yeah, unless there's any specific questions, I'll probably leave it there.
Excellent. Thanks, Anthony.
No worries.
So the last thing I'm going to finish on is disease. All right. So here's the disease triangle. All right. Got a host in the top. Got the environment, your polyhouse, and the pathogen in there. The things I'm going to talk to you about are whatever we can do to weaken that triangle or break that triangle will stop the disease coming in. Okay. So the diseases you will see in a polyhouse, one is botrytis or grey mould. Anyone seen that before? Yeah, if you sit a tomato on the bench, usually you sit it there long enough and you'll start seeing this hairy mould sporulation forming, and that's often a bit of botrytis can be involved in that. You'll see powdery mildew. You'll see that in the field as well, where sometimes it can be on the top, but definitely on the outside leaves. Looks like it's got a sugar coating on it, and all your cucurbits love it. So zucchinis, pumpkins, but it can also get into, well, pretty much everything. Probably not potatoes and not corn either, but most other things have a go at it. Target spot, which looks exactly the same as the target spot we've got in potatoes, which is sort of these concentric, they look like they've been hit with a burn spot, and they sort of have these rings going around. It's the same disease as what we've got here, Alternarian potatoes, and you can get bacterial spot. Most of these diseases are coming in on the plant, or they come up from the soil. So, you know, it's a tough thing. What we've got to try to do is probably end up manipulating a bit with the environment. So this is making sure the plant grows well. It's got all the nutrients, it's got all the water, it's got everything that it needs, so it's not under stress, all right? That's number one. 2, use a nice vigorous plant. Yep. 3, use a plant which should be grown in a polyhouse. You can grow any of these vegetables inside a polyhouse, but you can actually get varieties which are far more suitable to be grown in a polyhouse environment because they like the heat. All right, so you can grow tomatoes. First of all, I'd say to you, if you're going to grow tomatoes, there's 2 sort of types. There's what they call determinate, like a bush tomato. You know, they grow knee high or waist high and they flower. But in a polyhouse system, we want to grow what they call indeterminate, which means they can just grow for as long as they need to. While ever the temperatures are right, they will just keep growing. If you ever get a chance to go in a commercial tomato house, you can see vines which are, you've worked a few, I'd imagine. Yeah. How long have you seen some of the vines?
They tend to prune them back before they get that long.
They can be big.
And it's constant.
Yep.
Cutting them back.
Yep. The reason why we want these indeterminate types is because we're trying to grow this environment or produce an environment which allows this constant flowering coming through. But as Anthony's right, like if they're not pruned, they can be 20 or 30 metres long. And it used to be they trellis them up and down, etc. and things like that. All right. But when you go through your catalogues, just have a look and see, is it determinate or indeterminate? Do they grow tall? Probably want a taller growing type to make use of the structure that you're growing in. Yep. If they're indeterminate, we've got a high yield potential out there. And that's pretty much what everything should be in these polyhouses is get a variety which does have a high yield potential because you're creating all these good conditions for it to go through. Disease-wise, potassium carbonate is good on parity mildew, but you've got to get onto it early. If you've got a severe infection and you put potassium carbonate on there, it's not going to do well enough. It's not like a knockdown fungicide. It keeps the plant, or it keeps this disease at bay for as long as you can get. Again, remember the 28-degree rule. All right, it's a foliar disease. You probably end up needing the ability to shoot some spray, so just have your pump moving up under into it. There is a new chemical that's come out, Serenade. Are you familiar with that one? Yep. So Serenade, people use Bacillus thuringiensis on the island, BT sprays. Yeah. Now, this is a bacterial spray which has got fungicidal properties in there. The registrations are increasing. It's very new. Serenade's, it's been around for a while, but the registrations are just exploding. I just got one thing I forgot. Who's used or aware of copper fungicides? Copper?